early December. So time to reconnect a bit. I want to talk about the goals for the meeting because it's a little different from what we've been doing before. What we have now in the document that you have represents the feedback that we've gotten from the direct reports and the department heads. And so we're going to use this meeting to make sure that you all are clear on the feedback. So we're not going to try and close down issues. We're not going to negotiate resolutions to issues. It's really to make sure that you all understand the feedback. So if there are easy things that, you know, everyone's like, yeah, this makes sense and we can just accept it, I'll check that. But otherwise it's going to be, here's a piece of feedback. Does anyone have a question about it? Is anything unclear or want reasoning for it? We'll ask the person who can explain it to do so. And then we'll see if there are any additional questions. And if not, we'll move to the next one. My goal is to get us through the whole document today. So I'm going to be a little bit of a fiercer facilitator than I've been.
Go, Susan.
I'm going to apologize in
Good
advance
luck.
for interrupting you, but I don't want anybody to feel.
So, you know, I did tell her, have you seen that new sport on TV where people stand there and slap each other across the face like that?
All right, here
Supposed
we
to
go.
send you the-
Rules, right? You're gonna just, when I'm talking, I'm gonna talk, okay? So I just want to know, I probably will offend all of you, but it will be equal, okay?
I'm here
So,
for it.
Yeah. No, I try to do it gently. That's the art of facilitation, is to gently wind somebody down. But I really, you know, we've centered on a few issues and I feel like we haven't gotten to all of them. So I'm gonna try and move us real quickly. So let's see how it goes. Everyone with me on that? We're all, okay?
Sounds good, thank you.
All right. So the first blue text is on page 1. The commission is considered to be an independent agency within state government. Does anyone have a question about that? Is that clear?
Does it need to be stated?
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Well, I see it, but it's not in blue.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, it's not blue.
Oh, so you don't have the, you don't have.
We need a copy that's
color
in blue.
copy.
We have, there's other stuff that's in blue, that's just not in blue.
Yeah, that is, yeah.
Mine is,
Okay.
mine is, looks like it's in track changes, does that help?
Okay, I have it.
Oh,
All right.
I'm looking at it.
Okay,
Where is it?
so,
Number 2.
it's number 2, the first sentence. So there was feedback, again, to include that. Question about why it needs to be included.
Yeah.
What's the purpose of that? Can someone state that? Yeah.
Yeah, I think one of the things to keep in mind is that the commissioners are appointed by their appointing authorities. Once they're appointed, they have, as a public official, the authority to exercise their discretion in their role. In other words, they don't have to circle back to their appointing authorities on their day-to-day actions or their actions as members of the commission. That said, obviously, elsewhere in the document, we talked about the fact that the appointing authorities have the power to remove, so retain the power to remove. So I think it's important to understand that really the authority stops with the commission by law, and that means certain things. So it's also a designation that's made by the comptroller's office, if that's helpful.
Any other clear about that? Okay.
I think we spelled cannabis wrong on top. What does it mean?
The very top line.
Oh,
is-
yeah.
That's me, sorry.
Cannabis.
Okay. All right, on every single page. Okay. Next page 2. So thank you for that information. So this is different. Okay, this is also a little different. Okay. This accepted the change. So this is my comment. The last sentence is commissioners are accountable to and may only be removed by their appointing authorities. And I suggested removing that because there's a whole accountability section. Yeah, we're in different documents. So on page 2, the very last sentence of number 4, but it
Should we
looks like.
get that document printed with color, how you have it?
Because we're gonna go through this the whole time.
Yeah, I think so.
Also, the one we have that, it looks like that's already been.
That's already been removed, so I don't know how that came to be.
Let me ask,
Yeah. All right, well, until we can get that, thank you for
Yeah.
doing that. So I'm gonna just walk us through, it's gonna be a little less efficient. So in my copy, what I have is, I just, number 4. You have here, it says move to accountability section. And what I was suggesting to move to the accountability section was a sentence that said, commissioners are accountable to and may only be removed by their appointing authorities because there's an accountability section. So any questions about that? Anyone feel strongly about, anyone have a question, think it should be? It was really to tighten things up. Okay? All right. Similarly, I asked the question on number 6. The commissioners annually elect one of its members to serve as treasurer and one to serve as secretary. I'm asking the question, does it need to be there since there are whole sections on treasurer and secretary where we say that they're elected once a year in January?
Probably redundant.
I agree.
Okay. Right, and then on 7, you have it also, it's just to add to fulfill its statutory mandates and achieve the mission. Any questions on that?
Susan, I just would, down in the roles and responsibility, I would just carry through the plural on mandates down there.
Okay, all right, let's do that when we get there. I'm looking at 7 in background. Okay, any questions about 7? Sound good?
Susan, can you take a pause for a second? Grace wants to know if the copy that you're looking at, that one, did you bring that from home?
I brought it from home.
Okay, all right,
Okay, this is the one she shared to us via
okay,
email.
okay.
I can see what you're looking at now, just I just had to put it on my computer.
Okay, that's great. All right,
Can you forward me that email really fast? So I don't go over it?
so congratulations, we just finished background. All right, we're gonna go to roles and responsibilities. The first change is on both of ours. It says the commissioners, and the addition is including the chair. And the reasoning for that was because there's a set of chair responsibilities and people thought the chair needed to be included in the general commissioner roles and responsibilities as well. Questions about that? Concerns?
All right, Margot,
1 second. I'm
ignore
sorry.
that one, ignore the one, I have to resend it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and then we've got statutory mandates and mission, which is the same, and we'll add the S. Thank you. Okay, now I'm looking at Romanet 3. And there's a question about how to refer to direct reports and department heads, because there's some some direct reports are also department heads, so I understand that there's a little bit of a lack of clarity there. And I flagged it and I spoke with Sean about it, and we're gonna work that through offline. So thank you for that feedback and we'll figure out the best way to do that. Okay. Moving to, okay, top of page 3 on yours.
We got it, Commissioner.
There's a highlighted section of policy decisions on the overall direction. And there was a question, is that too broad? Questions about that being too broad? Does anyone need more of an explanation on that?
Do you mind repeating that?
Sure. So the Romanet 1 says deliberate and make policy decisions on the overall direction of the commission, et cetera. And there was some feedback that suggested policy decisions on the overall direction was too broad. Wanted a little clarity on that. Questions about that?
I don't think it's too broad because the rest of the agreement goes through to define what those things are, especially when it's talking about approving job descriptions, approving annual goals. The annual goals to me are a policy decision about overall direction. That's, I read it in the context of this agreement. To me, it does not appear to be too broad.
Anybody have a different opinion that they want to share, Christine?
I just wanted to point out word choice, which is make. Vote would be more consistent with the statute. I think obviously a vote is needed to engage the resources of the commission. So I don't have a problem with make because I know the statute exists and that standard's in place, but I just thought I'd point it out to folks.
Okay, yes.
But sometimes we approve, you ask us to approve guidance documents or, so that doesn't, like sometimes a vote isn't necessary and we, so approve instead of make or vote, approve. Is that a better word?
Okay, I'm gonna circle that and we'll come back to it. And so at least we know why there was a question about that phrase. That's what we're doing now so that we can get through everything. Okay?
I only have a question.
Yes.
When you, the word deliberate, does that may be similar to what Commissioner Roy was asking, and it was in my head, which is, when you say deliberate, does,
Can't hear you. You speaking enough?
I'm sorry. When you say deliberate, does that mean at the public meeting? Because commissioners deliberate either at the open, a public meeting or an executive session. And so I don't know, I guess a lack of quorum provision means two commissioners also can have conversations. Is that also considered deliberation? I wouldn't think so.
I would hope not, for the purposes of open meeting law.
Exactly,
I think deliberation has a real specific.
exactly. And I agree with you, Sean. And I think that's, we may understand it, but we might want to put some more meat on that because that's an enduring document.
Or strike it.
I don't know, I like the word.
Okay.
It's just more explaining.
Yeah, the location of the terms of
Yeah.
deliberation.
I think it's a term of art that people understand is in the context of the open meeting law. I don't, so you could drop the open meeting law guide off that sentence as opposed, because then I think it's pretty clear at that point that we're meeting open meeting law in connection, deliberation in that context.
Okay, thank you. The next one is D. And the first part of it is just a change in, you don't have the blue, but Romanet 1 just changed from including deciding, and then has the items listed under there's a mistake here. So the only changes here is Romanet 2 maintains separation between its adjudicatory and administrative functions as detailed in section below, rather than referring to section 30A. Yes.
Could we use, as an administrative agency, we have prosecutorial and adjudicatory functions. In other words, administrative doesn't, I don't think, capture what you're trying to capture, and it's duplicative. So could we do between its prosecutorial and adjudicatory functions?
So I think there was a reaction to that because this is commissioners' roles and responsibilities, and they don't function as prosecutors.
Well, but as the commissioners, they're responsible, they have oversight over ensuring that there's separation between those two functions. So I'm not saying that they themselves are going to act in the role of the investigator, but that's their job, is to have oversight over the separation of these two essential functions of the agency.
I actually agree with the commissioner's reaction to that. I actually believe that role of separation.
I'm happy to I actually started a chart. I'm happy to provide you with the legal basis for that, if that's helpful.
I'm
but-
so sorry. I'm so lost right now.
Yeah.
Because I'm worried about this document really quickly. And I was kind of talking to, no, it's okay. It's okay. I'm sorry. Does everybody have the document that,
We're trying to get Kim up and
Yeah.
running.
okay.
Are they gonna print it for us?
They're gonna print it, but just in case, it's the email that she sent on the 22nd, and it says Draft Cannabis Commission Chapter Version 9.
I can check your email too. I just sent it to you also.
Yeah, I could start just looking for some, just like, this is the one.
Yeah, no, it's just, no, it's okay.
No idea what Kristen's on.
So should I send it so you have it?
So this is the one you just sent.
I just sent it to Grace to ask her to print.
Send it to
Yes.
you. What you would just say.
Yeah.
Draft.
Yeah.
Watch. No. open
Does
this.
everyone else have it? Do you guys have it? No,
I
not
did.
wrong. You can't see it.
Okay.
You don't have it in your packet either. You have it in your,
This isn't the.
got you.
Is someone printing it with a color printer?
Yes, it printed it to the
Yeah, let's see. That's great.
That makes sense. Because we're not paying a full touch.
Yeah.
This is what we have from.
Yeah, I don't have what you have.
Can someone email it to
She
you?
did, but it's not.
She needs an outlet.
Well, the weird thing is she can see it.
Because if you go into Word and you go to review, if you ask it to show you full markup, then you'll see everything.
You?
I'm coming off to the
Full
printer.
markup.
They might have,
Can I show
they
you?
might be there too.
Where's it that says should be show
Is it
comments?
show comments?
So.
Okay, I heard the one.
No, it's not.
It's just not, she's not seeing the.
I'm not seeing
Is
the
it
type
show
date.
comments?
Go to show comments.
So, no, go to, see you have simple markup?
Yeah.
So go on here
Okay.
and open it up and say all markup.
Oh.
I think I did it. Keep scroll down because I already see some things in red.
Okay.
And now scroll.
Oh, okay.
I
That
just learned
makes-
something new.
Okay,
That's how you get it.
okay. I couldn't understand
I
why.
didn't know that
I
either.
wasn't seeing the red.
But
I-
This still doesn't have.
It doesn't
Yeah,
have
because
everything you have.
No, this
Well,
still doesn't.
you've got it set up to have it on the side.
Okay.
Okay, go back to review. Yeah.
Show markup?
No, you have another. Reviewing. Reviewing page. Yeah, you want to close that.
Close this. Vertical, horizontal.
Horizontal. Still gives you. Okay. I don't know. Yeah. All right, let's get
You
the,
can just look at it.
I think
Get
we need
the
the hard
printout.
copy. Yes, I feel like I'm like comprehending.
It's so weird. Oh, I had this up from yesterday,
So
so
like
actually I
five,
I downloaded it, so it's.
I had to turn it over to see my.
Computer's dying, I think, because. No audio.
People brought the seltzer, so thank you.
I did. I think I brought more. Should have brought more. What page you want?
Yeah, no, I'm not the same. Is that the same?
It looks the same. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
No.
Okay, then I'm fine.
Yeah, I think you've got it.
I got it now.
Yeah.
it's just red where I'm saying blue, yours is red.
It's so crazy.
Christine, did you print?
So you're like,
I just learned
So
something.
I actually stopped at Birchbox to try to get some food and they were closed when I saw that. So I made an attempt.
it's not a great one, but I brought something to make
I know
too.
it's a seller.
I'll talk
What
to
is it?
you.
Top dollar.
Or else they would-
She can have it. You can have
Well,
it.
I was given a volunteer to gather, solicit, gather. and
Yeah, that'd be a
fetch.
good idea.
So,
Like, yeah, I mean, out of desperation, I'll eat that, but it's not my.
It's that bad.
No, it's not that bad, but.
I have eaten a sandwich from the machine downstairs.
You have not?
Very close.
I did that last time.
Very
I mean, Yes.
You guys.
And I didn't realize that there wasn't like a peanut butter and jelly option. It's just meat and
Ew.
tuna.
Just ham and cheese.
I said, well,
Where
I
is
guess
the
I'll do the
machine? I
ham
didn't even
and
know there was a
cheese.
machine here. Where is that?
This is an old building.
It's where the homeless man.
It's an old
When I went to, the guy was
Oh, the
sitting there and
local.
I had to move him over
Yeah.
so I could find.
I feel like I was
I made sure today, I said, I'm bringing food.
So here's a quick recommendation, because for some reason,
Yeah.
this is how it's print, this is how she can print
Yeah.
it. It's not printing how you
Yeah,
print it at
I know,
home.
yeah.
But if everybody has their laptop, we can see it on our laptops.
Not everybody's.
I think everybody has their laptop, Sean.
I'll go get it.
Sean will get it.
Okay.
You know, this must have the laptop. She's here.
Have to share.
All right.
So they can't figure out how to print it like that.
Okay, she's welcome. I might even have an extra one.
Yeah.
Remember I printed it at home?
Yeah. But this is showing the reviewing,
Yeah.
which we can get rid of, yeah.
Yeah, we should.
So that's it, I said the print.
What the, did you guys send an email with the drop? I did.
I mean, this is what you have in your hand, right?
Look up Susan.
That is.
But it still has all those things.
I have it. When I turn on
Risky, what feeling?
Yeah.
So two.
It was like big stadium, not little.
No, he's not little.
Little dude standing on
Isn't
it.
it funny?
I have a Mac.
I got a call from the city's new nightlife czar.
Kareem?
Yeah, and she goes, I need to talk to, the commissioners about social consumption.
Who's that? Is probably a seven.
My family member, my cousin was also like, you know, she was my cousin.
I didn't know she was related.
There's
She's
a
related to
nightlife
that.
city czar.
She just got
This?
announced yesterday, and she used to work with Bruce at the gaming commission.
Seriously?
Corrine Reynolds, she's from the Boston Foundation, so she was announced yesterday.
That's
as
an amazing job.
It's a great
As the new
job. The new
nightlife
nightlife czar for
czar.
the city of Boston.
That's really the nightlife czar.
Job.
I know, right? I know, just why?
Phenomenal singer.
Still have the train sort included on my email. Do some travel, to Germany,
What's her name?
Russia.
Corinne Reynolds.
Saying.
Okay, that's done.
I saw the emails going back and forth and I never
I
saw
know.
the.
Or something like that.
Like,
We're all
Let
like,
me know if you got it.
I know.
what?
I think my computer.
I've gone to,
Grace was gonna give me a.
we went out one night and it was just, it happened to be like an open mic night.
Yeah.
And
Sorry.
someone just like pushed her to, oh, does anyone sing? Do you sing? And
I'm trying.
she got up there and
My-
She was just.
Is she on YouTube? Corinne Reynolds.
yeah, she might be on there. But I said all that to say, I said, well, who you need to talk to? Commissioner Stephens.
Yeah.
All right, I think we've all got the, Sean, do you have it? Okay, all right, so thank you for dealing with this technical glitch. I'm glad that we can all be on the same page, literally. Okay.
Should see the same page. Can I just take yours to have them make color copies? Because we have a
We're
version.
all looking at it on the laptop. right?
You're all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I like the hard copy.
I have no phone, that's what I just can't share with you, sorry.
Oh,
All right, I'll let Grace know the problem solved.
Okay, so,
You gotta grab your laptop to listen.
so I want to call your attention to page 3. Letter D, as licensors, the commissioners, and we were looking at Romanet 2. And there's some feedback that says it should include prosecutorial and some feedback that it shouldn't. And does anyone have questions about that choice? Again, we're not going to try to resolve that now. We just want to know what the feedback is.
what was the rationale? So this is where we stopped off and I was distracting myself because we had talked about the adjudicatory and using that. And what's the reasoning for changing that to prosecutorial?
So is it okay, Susan and folks, if I just flip up on the screen a very quick flow chart that I made, anticipating that this would come up. People see, let's see, that, okay. So every administrative agency, like the commission, has two essential functions, a prosecutorial function and adjudicatory function.
Make it bigger, Christine,
Make it bigger, sorry.
for us older people that can't see.
So The prosecutorial function is in things like the ability to conduct investigations. So the goal there is that the staff, like the CIE, has the ability to exercise his expertise and discretion, that it's free from influence, and that the commission can ultimately demonstrate to a reviewing court that this function was basically, or these processes were conducted in a fair and objective manner. On the other side is its adjudicatory function. In other words, its ability to make a final decision on a license that has, say, for example, been suspended or revoked. So similarly, you want to establish an independent hearing officer that can conduct that process free, has the ability to exercise his expertise and discretion, and that the commission can ultimately demonstrate to the court that the process was fair and objective. What that means as a practical matter is that the commission has oversight over both those functions. That's the commission's role. How the commission does that? There's a lot of standard practices. One way the commission agencies typically do that is they authorize the executive director and general counsel to coordinate with its staff like CIE and EC to establish and monitor processes. And at times, while we haven't been doing this historically here, the GC will review specific orders and specific matters. That doesn't run afoul of 30A. The other way in which commissioners can monitor the process is they can get information either through the CIE or the executive director. I think in our situation, they can be informed of the status. That doesn't run afoul of the fairness and objective of the overall process. The other thing that can happen here is that the commissioners can raise, while something's in process, concerns through the executive director and general counsel, and they can coordinate on whether to deliver that message or not deliver that message. In other words, you create a mechanism where concerns can be raised without necessarily directly influencing
Thank you.
the prosecutorial
Thank you.
process. Sure.
I think that's
I'll stop.
a high enough level of detail, yeah.
Are we saying that phrase is too narrow? And if so, why are we not including both prosecutorial and adjudicatory?
That's my argument, is that you should say prosecutorial and adjudicatory. That to me would be a more accurate description of what you're trying to get to, as opposed to administrative.
Prosecutorial and investigative.
Prosecutorial is generally understood to include the agency's investigatory functions. So,
But the investigatory does not include prosecutorial.
well, it's a one tool as part of your responsibilities to have a prosecutorial function. The ability to conduct investigations is in your toolbox. So I would put it at, you're an administrative agency, you have a prosecutorial adjudicatory function. Under prosecutorial, you can conduct investigations. That's one of the things that you can do. Now,
Besides under prosecutorial, what are the other functions besides investigative?
well, in some cases, agencies.
They're not synonyms in this respect?
I don't see them that way myself. I think in some instances, agencies can delegate to somebody like the CIE some of its enforcement authority. So you might have basically, like for example, the CIE, when he appears or a member of his staff appears before the suitability review committee or in the context of a formal hearing or an informal hearing before a hearing officer, they're serving in the prosecutorial role. In other words, they're prosecuting the commission's perspective that the licensee, for example, violated the licensing requirements. That's all an exercise of its prosecutorial function.
Okay.
Another question
Okay, yeah, I had a question or comment.
No, I'm listening to the commissioner's question.
Okay,
So, I feel like we're missing a phase. So we're talking about the prosecutorial and adjudicatory phase, but are we consulted prior to that? In other words, so are commissioners brought in for consultation prior to, so if something is in the pipeline, whether it's going to a hearing officer, is
So-
there a phase before that that we should include?
I think this is just a delineation of the roles and responsibilities as opposed to the process at this.
But that is a role and responsibility. We're consulted on.
That's
Yep.
coming later in the document. It might be better. I completely understand what you're saying, and I think it should be addressed. I honestly think there's some misunderstanding
Yeah.
here about that. And but I think if we want to go in order, it makes sense to bring it down into the other discussion. So later on. in the
So
document.
let's put a pin in that and I'll just indicate.
So
that-
could I just ask something because I don't know, like, we always see hearing officer, right? I don't necessarily know the process, like who determines who the hearing officer is? Are we consulted on whether or not it should go to a hearing officer?
But see, Kim, I think, again, we're going back to that next component of this. It's like, I just feel like we have to get past what we've reached for this line first. And then we
Okay.
can sort of get into the next
Okay.
stage in that process.
As long as we
Yeah,
can.
and I think there's enough information now. That's what we're trying to do is get the information. And Christine, could you send me that?
Absolutely.
So that I'll
Yeah.
ensure that we have it for the next meeting. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna move us
Yeah.
forward. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
So I just got a couple of things. I'm glad I waited for Commissioner Roy. So, because Commissioner Roy raised a point that, in terms of the statutory, even the regulatory scheme, rights goes to the parties, so it's a licensee feels that in the prosecutor, we're prosecuting, my team, but the licensees have due process rights and they have right to hearing. So we have to create a process, and I think that's an administrative function where the executive director, through delegation of the commission, decides how that hearing officer, and because you have that, you do have, and if you look at the regulatory scheme, you already have those powers as the commission as we speak. So now that Christine has put these documents out and it's clearly identified what she means by prosecutorial, adjudicatory, I don't disagree with the concepts. At first, I was like, it was confused me. My only, I don't want to say objection, but point of clarification with Susan to work out is that I do see potential challenges in terms of 38 insofar as I'm concerned, assertion of the legal team. There should be firewalls between the legal teams and the assertion of the process, and I'm not seeing that one way or the other here. It might be there,
It's later,
but
yeah.
I'm not hearing it in the articulation.
Yeah, I think what's important in this one is it says that per section, so such and such, and we'll get to that.
Okay.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna keep us going. The next item is on Commissioner Chair.
I'm sorry, what was the resolution?
We're not looking for a resolution.
Oh, we're
We're
just-
looking for information, and then at the next meeting, we're going to resolve all of these issues. So what we're trying to do is take advantage of having the
Got it,
department.
got it. And you did say that at the very
Yes.
beginning, and this is. a
That's all right.
reminder. Thank you. I got the hit, thank you.
No, that was gentle. All right. The next item is the commission chair, and it's C, and it's the addition, it says sets the agenda for regular public meetings. And Christine, I think that was your addition. Can you explain that, or?
Yeah, I just want, under General Law, Chapter 10, Section 76, there is an option of the chair or 3 members of the commission may call a meeting. So I just wanted to make it clear that, look, in the regular course, the chair is calling the meeting, conducting the meeting, setting the agenda in consultation with staff. But I didn't want there to be an understanding that that was the only way a meeting would be called.
But I think that it's, I question whether or not, the chair sets the agenda for regular public meetings. If there, I don't know what you mean by regular, because if there were some emergency meeting, the chair would also be setting the agenda there. So that's why we're just saying, I don't know if that, I think that that's,
You get the concept I'm trying to get to, is that I just want to,
no, but that's a different, to me,
Yeah.
that's a different concept than adding the word regular. Because, and this is one of the things that we were talking about, is 3 commissioners can call for a meeting and ask for an agenda and do that. But
yeah,
it doesn't matter whether it's regular, I don't know, but it's, my question is, it's not just setting the agenda for regular meetings. It's basically any
Public
meeting that we have. But in addition, 3 commissioners may also do, 3 commissioners equal 1 chair.
Yeah, I have a question, Christine. You pointed out that when 3 commissioners call a meeting, and if the chair is not included, they select a chair.
Yes,
And
so,
does that chair set the agenda for that meeting?
so let me just give folks the statutory language, so I'm not making it up. So the chair or 3 members of the commission may call a meeting. So provided, however, that notice of all meetings shall be given to each commissioner and other persons who request such notice. So under, this is this is the statutory language. I think this is when you call upon Robert's rules, and under Robert's rules, somebody should be nominated the chair to help set the agenda for the meeting and conduct the meeting. So can I just explain?
So, but just if that's the point, and the chair that's selected sets the agenda, then it can be stated that the chair sets the agenda, because even in a meeting that's called by another group of commissioners, they identify a chair who sets the agenda.
So the chair of the commission, there's only 1 chair. There's
Right.
also, it's a different use of the word chair in a public meeting context, or
Right.
where you're using it, which is to chair the meeting is a
Okay.
different use. So in other words, if you want to say chair with small c, not the appointed chair, you can clarify it that way. Just to get to regular, I don't really, it's a word choice issue for me. I just want to get to the concept of the monthly meetings or any, emergency meetings in the normal
But I'm just
course.
saying, I'm just saying regular. I don't think we're getting at what you're saying.
Yeah,
I do think that's an important distinction
Yeah.
that you're,
yeah.
But we may be able to fix it when we get to public meeting agenda
Yeah.
setting.
Right.
Right, okay.
however, if you're not seeing something in this section, it does look as if the chair is the only person who can serve in that capacity in public meetings in general.
No, I think in the statute it says.
I think this is something under the commission chair, so it's a role and responsibility of the commission chair.
No, but this
We're
was
just talking about-
didn't you just, in reading the statute,
You
didn't you
want me to
just
put it back up? Sorry.
say that there's a small lowercase chair?
Yeah, but I think
That- So what happens is we're gonna get to that when
Yeah.
we get to public agenda
I don't
setting.
think you understand what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying that the way that this is phrased here, it looks like the chair, capital C, has the explicit authority. And if she is not the person in the room at any public meeting, then there is not another person who can serve within that capacity.
Okay, but later in the document, we say the chair designates a person in the chair's place. Wait.
Go.
And then we say that if the chair isn't present, the secretary is designated.
But what if the secretary and the chair are not present and the 3 other commissioners are?
Okay, we didn't think of that
But
scenario.
I'm saying that's what our general counsel is speaking to. She's talking about having a public
The chair of
meeting,
the meeting.
the chair of the meeting.
I think Christine was talking about a different scenario, which is where,
Christine, were you talking about it?
So I think you just have to be careful how you're using chair and whether.
could I just?
Yeah, I need to clarify if that's the
Right.
scenario that you
What-
meant or not.
I think what Christine was talking about is 3 members of the commission can call a meeting.
Right.
And that's different from the chair and the secretary not being there because they're absent.
I think that's accurate. In other words, the statute gives 3 commissioners the authority to call a meeting, okay? I think in one section of the document, Susan wants to address regular public meetings, the monthly public meetings and maybe emergency meetings. And under that scenario, there's the discussion of the role of the chair, capital C, and the secretary. I think later, when there's mention of if 3 commissioners call the meeting, then I think you're defaulting to Robert's rules and in terms of identifying who among those three
Will act
are
as
going
the
to
chair
chair
in
the
that
meeting itself, yeah.
I understand that.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if I'm answering your question.
It's not, I understand everything you're saying. I'm
Yeah.
saying that there's a conflict if we're saying two different things in two different sections of the charter.
I think that's accurate, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So that's what I'm saying. I understand what you're saying.
yeah.
It's the first time it comes up, so this is good,
I might be able
like
to,
where to put it.
I think, finagle this, which is the chair of the commission sets the agenda for meetings that occur in the normal course.
Right.
So if it's a normal meeting and it occurs in the normal course, the chair is responsible for determining and setting the agenda. In a meeting arranged or established pursuant to section E, which is the chair or three members of the commission, to me, the first item on that agenda is the election or designation of a presiding officer of that meeting.
Right.
Therefore, don't even call it a chair.
I was just gonna say that. One's a noun.
Yeah.
One's a verb. She's a chair, that's a
Right.
noun.
Right,
We want someone to do the action of chairing, which is
right.
a verb. So,
I think when you get to that later in the charter, though, I think you essentially say, and this is how you distinguish,
Mhm.
notwithstanding how an agenda is set pursuant to sub C,
Mhm.
this is, but I think that's how you speak to it earlier, is the notwithstanding clause that.
It's just in
If it's
different,
not-
but it's in different sections.
yeah.
Exactly, but I think you
But it
reference
sounds
I
that.
don't want there to be something here that constrains
Yes.
That's in
the
conflict.
operations,
Mhm.
the other
Yeah.
section.
Like
So
they're at
that's
odds.
perfect. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And since the commission has adopted Robert's rules, you can drop a footnote in that other section and make it clear, to Sean's point,
Yeah.
presiding officer is perfectly acceptable under the rules, so you can use that, so.
For us.
Appreciate that.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that. So the commissioners before us officially adopted Robert's rules?
They did, yeah.
Very
Okay,
first meeting.
awesome, okay. I didn't
There's
know
a
that.
memo, Kim, because I asked the same thing. There's a memo that explains it. But let's see.
I think it's been circulated to you, but I can.
All right, so I'm gonna move us on. H is just the proper name of the advisory board. It's the Cannabis Advisory Board, not the Commission Advisory Board, so that shouldn't need any discussion. On B, there's a feedback to add where it says financial reporting structure, procedures, and legal obligations. Any questions on that? It's on page 5.
What do we mean by legal obligations?
So under state law, and I can circulate, the comptroller actually has a memo on this of the different roles of the different different roles of the different positions in an agency. I have independent obligations under state law to ensure compliance with state finance laws. In other words, I'm held as accountable as differently, but I have my own set of obligations. I can circulate that memo from the comptroller's office if that's helpful to people, so you can see how the comptroller articulates those responsibilities. I also have some training materials from the AG's office that goes into it as well, if that's helpful.
Would people like those
I
materials?
just, what you gave me this morning, I'm gonna get it printed for everybody.
Yeah, that's what, yeah. I just because understanding Commissioner Camargo's specific role here, I gave her a copy of the memo just before this meeting. So if I brought it up, she was aware and didn't feel caught off guard, so.
I haven't read it, but
So,
I just asked Cedric to ask Kate to print it for all of us so we can look at it. I would also come back to that point.
Yeah,
I
I
feel
think
like
that's,
this is a lot.
yeah, if people need to look at documents, will come.
Sean, do you have any comments on that now, or should we wait later?
I think just a broad reference to legal obligations is broad.
Yeah.
That leaves a lot open to interpretation, so.
we could say state finance laws, that's perfectly acceptable, because that's what I'm talking about.
Or I'd suggest maybe maybe it's a new letter. If this is compliance with a specific comptroller memo that requires the GC and treasurer to do things, that should be a separate letter. So maybe that's because I was going to object to adding general counsel to C3. Because I looked at those regular review meetings as one set of obligations and one set of, it's really going to be the execution and year-to-year spending of a budget. So if Christine's talking about a separate set of obligations that the treasurer and general counsel have, we should call those out as separate.
So
And
it's
just like
not
the.
quite what I would say, and to be honest with you, this is an area of risk for the commission because I'm not in some of those meetings, which is to say, there's meetings that could occur that information might be shared that I could understand if we're in compliance. So I think to your point, do I do that directly with the treasurer? Do I participate in the existing meetings? I think that's a question, but
And
it's,
my suggestion there is this is also, that's too low for this agreement.
okay.
This is an agreement between the executive director and commissioners. But again, if there are commissioner roles that require a certain obligation, I have no objection. But I think this agreement should be staying at that higher level. And if Christine, if there's something you don't think you're getting in terms of budget execution, that's for me and you to figure out with the executive director,
Okay.
not for the commissioners to have to work with.
Susan, can I echo that one point? Because I think that's actually the point I was going to make. Some of this, when I saw the addition of this language, the legal obligations, the general counsel, when I saw legal obligations in general counsel, it automatically put me in SOP mode.
Yeah.
And this is our commission. The commission doesn't need to be bothered in the day-to-day administrative functions of the commission, the day-to-day, especially when the high end of the language is that the executive director is the administrative head. Secondly, even if you were to look at this language and it, for my purposes, in terms of what I'm trying to say, that I don't even see why C in C3, the executive director, the way it's language, it puts the executive director in terms of administrative functions on par with his own staff.
Yeah. Agreed.
And like, no, the secretary director is not on par with his direct reports. The direct reports report to the executive director. So I don't even like that in that way. So it's too SOP-ish and
Yeah, I agree.
unnecessary.
All right,
I agree.
thank you. We're going to keep going. I'm looking at the secretary's roles and responsibilities, and on Romanet 3, there's highlighted text, and it's for requests. And so there was a question about this. This says review biannual updates on public records requests received by the records access officer. And the question was, is this requests or is it all the public records that were requested?
I would frame it as public records requests because it's basically the submission by a member of the public or the press.
So it's a
That's what
list of the
referred to.
requests as opposed to all of the documents that were
We
requested.
usually report out on the requests and the responses provided. So it's the requests received and the responses provided.
So it's both.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what the secretary would receive. Yes.
This says public records requests, but Christine just said press requests, and I'm wondering if we can put that in there, that the secretary could have access to the press requests as well, because they're not always one and the same.
All the press
Confused
requests?
what press requests would have to do.
Well,
with it.
Christine said press requests just
Yeah,
now.
it might have been some of the other ones.
For, I think that was for public records.
Yeah, so there are some press requests that have a records component to them, and we monitor them, we record them, we record them to the Secretary of State as part of our annual reporting requirements. So, by law, if basically a request is made for records, we have to treat it as such. Like, in other words, I can't pretend just because it didn't have the magic words that it wasn't a public records request.
But
So-
could I just clarify, are
Yeah.
you talking about when the press makes a public records request?
Yeah.
Not, right, that's what I just want to clarify, that it's when the press makes a public request, that would be part of the public request, not all the requests that the
Okay, that makes
press
sense.
makes. Okay.
That'd be a lot of work.
It has to have a records component, you know.
Right, I mean, so I guess my question is, if it says public records requests, wouldn't that include press requests?
I treat them as such. I consider them to be,
So they're not all one and the same. So when a press, I mean, short of just asking for an interview, a press is requesting information. Let's just say,
This is-
even it's licensing information, right?
No, wait, this is very particular. This is under the public records access request.
Right,
I think this covers it, Commissioner Lloyd.
right.
Okay, I really do. So in other words, I don't think you need to add press here, you know, to have this be covered. It's, Shedrick knows that's part of what we have to do.
It's already incorporated in there. You just brought
Yeah.
it up.
So that, I guess, I just for education, because I'm new to this role.
Sure.
So that spreadsheet that you sent to me last month for the year, so that to me seems light on press requests when I looked at it, in all honesty, it
Okay.
did. So is that all encompassing of the press requests? Because I felt like, geez, I figured we would get more press requests than this when I looked at it.
Yeah. When my record access officer or office is coordinating on a records request with communications that originated from the press, I want to include it in that particular document. So it should be there. You know, there might be instances, like if Cedric gets a request for information and there's no record that exists, there might not be an actual record that we have to identify, review, and potentially produce. So, you know, I'd have to go back into my files and see if some of those got left out.
I guess my question is if Natasha is not directly involved, and let's say Cedric is directly involved with licensing and doesn't, for information, does that get baked into that spreadsheet? Or because she wasn't involved, it doesn't get baked into that
Because
spreadsheet?
it wasn't, we didn't treat it as a public records request.
This is only public.
I know, I'm
records.
trying to just delineate, like,
Yeah.
So
if
then-
that would be considered.
Trigger.
That's,
No, that-
I'm trying to delineate what the
That,
trigger.
yeah, and
Yeah.
it would not be included in the public records request.
Okay. Even though we're providing,
Information, as we do with all press inquiries, we're providing information.
Right.
Correct. But we.
what makes it to the threshold?
So
So-
it's
That's why I'm confused.
It's a request for an existing record that we already have. Like, in other words, we want all email communications between the general counsel and the CIE concerning this licensee. So we do, it's historic. We're looking back at existing records. Under the public records law, we don't need to create records to respond to a
So,
public
like,
records request.
And I'll move on.
Okay,
Yeah,
appreciate
one last
that.
question.
Yeah, yeah.
So like what you sent out, Tara sent out yesterday from Eric Casey had asked information about different topics. Now, does that go in? Would that go in?
No.
Okay.
I'm gonna move us on, okay?
Before you move on to the
Yeah.
section, I noticed a difference between treasurer and secretary roles and just wanted to see if it's on purpose. Under the in the treasurer section, the treasurer reviews and approves certain things. In the secretary section, the secretary reviews. Is that on purpose between the two roles, which I can see perfectly fine? But there's a difference between, like, on the public records, just reviewing it and saying, yep, these are all public records. And Christine, this is where I don't know. Does it,
I'm sorry, ask your question again. I apologize.
under the treasurer section, a treasurer reviews and approves certain things. In the secretary section, the secretary reviews but does not approve, which is perfectly fine. But I just want to make sure that that was on purpose because of different requirements. And like the secretary here reviews and then we know submits for a vote.
Yeah.
Minutes.
We all approve.
For the minutes, but
Yeah.
there are other things here. Anyway, I just noticed it. I just wanted to make sure.
Can you
that was
just give us an instance where the secretary does?
No, I can't. That's why.
And
I'm
it feels
asking.
like the secretary is making sure that there is accuracy
Okay.
as opposed to approving. Sean, I almost want your comments on that. It's,
We can
This-
really go through it too. Sorry to interrupt, Chair. I mean, just because you're a fresh eye, we've been looking at this a lot.
Yeah, and it's a genuine question.
Yes, no, I get it, yeah. It's a genuine
no, but
question.
I'm just trying to figure out in terms of functionality,
Yeah.
and I almost want Sean to maybe weigh in on this because it feels like the secretary is the sort of literally a pair of glasses looking at
Yeah.
this stuff, making sure that everything is lensed and making sure that, and not necessarily, you know,
I think it's also, we need to be specific, like which ones, right? So review on a triennial basis the minutes from executive sessions. They don't need to approve those, right? Review biannual updates, public records request. I don't know that there's an
And that's
approval.
why I was asking.
There's some specificity in the statute relative to the treasurer as well, which is the approving of specific expenditures. So I think, and we had that discussion here
Yeah.
around how do we accomplish that in this charter?
Which we
I
did.
don't think there's similar kind of authority
Okay.
granting statute to the secretary, but that's, I'm kind of grasping for an answer. That might be the basis.
So that's fine. It makes sense to me. I just wanted to make sure it was conscious.
Yeah.
Good.
I contributed the secretary section. It was more review. It's more, we're ready to, and case in point is, changed it right to triannual basis, which is legal usually comes and said, this is the proposal recommendation we're going to put on for the next meeting and what should be released, what shouldn't be released. It's more the secretary's viewpoint to the chair's point. Be an extra set of eyes, be an extra set of review, and or maybe we should go back, maybe these are ready. But I wouldn't want to put too much of a finger on the scales.
And Susan?
Well, I would say this is, as a statutory matter, I just put it up, G, there's more, the secretary has much more much clearer language in terms of their role.
Okay.
But there's like with the prosecutorial functions, there's delegation to the general counsel, records access officer to execute on some of these things. So I think the way we've built this out is that the secretary is monitoring, make sure that all these things occur. Does that make sense? Then there's also some language around finance, I believe. So when I was saying state finance law is something that could be substitute here, that's the phrase people use. It talks about kind of some of our obligations under state finance law here. So,
And that finance law is under, I don't understand now. You're going back.
All right,
Is that
I'm
under
gonna,
the
I'm gonna
secretary?
set that
saying
aside.
the
We had a
speaking to
question on the secretary approving. I'm just really gonna try and
I
keep
think we
it.
actually have kind of consensus. I think we kind of
Yeah.
understand. I think we
Yeah.
can kind of come back.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna move us
Before moving out of that section.
I have another thing on that section.
Okay.
And I'm really, because this is sort of organized in the feedback that I got, so the more we go off,
Okay.
the
I'm
less
still in
likely.
that section.
I just really want to get to the feedback that we got from the department heads, because
Great.
we won't have an opportunity to have you here for that. So 5, the word convene was considered troublesome a lot of times. And this is another suggestion, ensure compliance with. People have questions about that?
Yeah, that is my section that I have questions on.
Okay,
I didn't mind it ensure compliance. In rereading this though, I would like to propose that 5 read ensure compliance with all required commissioner trainings, period. Because we then go name some, but we've added some Mass Achieve trainings. And then we have like required cyber training. So instead of spelling out every possible training, we could just say trainings.
I'm in complete agreement with that because I also think the state systems for trainings are evolving. And so I just want to be sensitive to that, okay?
I had a question though, in terms of agreement within the document. Because when we get then to what the chair does, there's a section about like the chair ensures accountability. There are things the chair, we say in the chair section, the chair does vis-a-vis other commissioners. Here, however, we are saying the person in the secretary role takes on this responsibility. Maybe away from the chair, or I just, again, raise it, and if, again, fine, if that's on purpose.
where are you pointing to in the chair?
Find the chair thing.
Making sure that we have.
Where's the chair section? Sorry.
It's on page 4.
Well, I'm thinking that what the secretary does is ensure that the staff is bringing that to us, or that there's coordination and
Yeah, because
collaboration.
this just falls on the shoulder of the secretary as you read it. And,
Yeah.
and I think it's, like, a lot of sections in consultation with staff, like.
Yeah.
It could be a training I'm not even aware of, right? So I think we need
So
to
ensure
share that
compliance.
burden a little.
Ensure compliance with all commissioner trainings, period, is my suggestion. I think when I went back to page 4, section 2, head, works cooperatively with, this is the chair, works cooperatively with executive director on policy matters, outreach, et cetera, work project assignments of the commissioners, and accountability. My first question was accountability for what? And I don't know if you need to extend it, and again, if there's a contradiction here, or, again, just checking if it's on purpose.
Page 4, number 2.
Commissioner chair is section 2 and then letter K.
So it's the unaccountability that you.
Accountability for what
I
is
think
one
that,
issue, but
I
then
think
again.
that points
when
to
you go
the accountability section where we include the chair in that process. I think that's what that's pointing to, but I hear that that's making it not clear.
And then again, just want to make sure that it's a conscious decision that the chair has some accountability, or is ensuring accountability and compliance for some things, and the secretary has responsibility to ensure that all commissioners are in compliance with trainings.
And I think the second, in my view, that if the commission, like if the chair wants to go that direction and make this something that the commission believes this is a delegation that they would like the secretary to do this thing going forward, and that's, I mean, you have the right to vote for that. And because we could bring meat and potatoes to what the secretary's position is for the commission, but that's a policy decision, so you actually would be. Well, let's, with Alyssa, you didn't mean that, just use of words, and,
Yeah.
you know, and you didn't mean that. So in other words, was that intentional? Where you want the chair to be responsible for all the trainings, or,
No, the secretary.
I mean, the secretary, or? Because essentially, the chair does have responsibilities in terms of what the commissioners do in terms of trainings and those kinds
So
of.
then go back to consultation with the chair and the executive director about the trainings. Want to add that?
Maybe, I don't know.
Bruce, do you have some context for that area?
That would, Commissioner Roy, that would help.
Right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm fine with ensure compliance with all required trainings without getting into all the specifics, and consult with the executive director, chair, and general counsel to propose.
General counsel,
additional
what about
trainings.
HR? Because
Yeah.
a lot of the, you know what I mean, I,
Yeah,
But again, it don't,
but
just being
I
accountable,
would,
yeah,
I would draw
executive
the
director has to
executive
then.
director,
okay, then let him boss people
Right.
around.
right.
Okay.
We're gonna drop blood from you, is that what you said?
All right, I think we have enough
Okay.
information on that.
Thank you.
Let's,
Like a
thank you.
4-minute break, is it okay? Or I'll just take a 4-minute.
Do you-
I need to take a break. Just
All right,
quickly.
let's take a bio break. All right, Susan, all right. We're at executive director roles and responsibilities. And so B, this was a suggested add-on, directs, manages, and coordinates all work with the leadership and staff. And leadership has been defined as direct reports and department heads, and I know we need to fix that. So just, let's not get off on that. But just that sentence, that's a role of the, any questions about that? All right, and E is to add, works cooperatively with the commissioners in consultation with leadership.
I'm sorry, we're on the executive director section.
Yes,
What letter?
that was in E, yeah. And, sorry,
Oh, I'm
that
looking
was,
at the wrong version, sorry, that's what.
okay. And then E also adds the statutory mandates. We have that language over. All right. So if we move to I, I is again, I think just a better compilation of the laws, policies and applicable state and federal laws by, with, and through leadership and appropriate staff. And then any questions on that?
Under I,
Yeah, it said commission laws and regulations and that was wrong, so Christine fixed that.
It's a little clunky. That's my only comment on this one.
Which one?
Yeah.
I'm looking
All
at
right.
enforcement commission regulations,
Okay.
policies.
Applicable employment and labor laws.
Are we on I or J?
We're on I, but I'm gonna hold off on
Okay.
clunky because I want to get to more substantive.
Okay.
J is just the change is Romanet 1 through Romanet 4, where the executive director does, and so the feedback was to say either directly or through a designee that the executive director does these. So take a look at that and see if that makes sense. Yeah,
I think that we've broken up a little bit more. The general counsel wouldn't be involved, say, for the general counsel wouldn't be involved, say, for the hiring of my team. The executive director would, HR would, but not general counsel. And so by you and I putting hires, disciplines, terminates all, and then in consultation with chief officer, counsel, I would disagree with that.
I was up the same line. We're getting again to too much specificity.
My general counsel would not be.
Could we
involved.
separate out hires from disciplines and terminates?
I just don't think it's necessary. I think either directly or through a designee, hires, disciplines, terminates employees, negotiates contracts. Hires contractors.
For me, it's protective of the executive director in the sense that it says, basically gives the executive director access to his, the people who should be consulting him on that process, so he doesn't run afoul of the law. In other words, these are all highly regulated areas, and you want to make sure that it's clear that he's not acting alone in these spaces, that
I would say
he's.
either directly or through a designee and in accordance with the law. Because we get to be too, when we get to be too specific, then yes, somebody is left out.
But no one's precluded from him, you know what I mean? I read, when I see someone listed, I see that this is sort of a shall or should consult with, as opposed to, must, or, he can consult with anybody he wants to.
Right.
So
And that's why I like leaving it open.
I think that makes sense.
You could say something like, in general, somewhere here, and maybe up top, as needed, the executive director may consult with leadership in order to execute these functions. The other thing I was just going to mention here is that he should have the authority to hire outside counsel. So under state procurement laws, because we're a quasi-independent, we do not have to get the AG's permission to hire outside counsel. So to exercise his duties in this regard, it should also be clear that he has that authority. And most agencies, including the AGO, the governor's office, I could go on, hire outside employment and labor counsel as a double check on their process.
and is that separate from enters into and executes contracts with suppliers and
I
vendors?
think under state law, it's different. It's the hiring of outside counsel in its own unique area. So I do see it as different as the regular procurement process applicable to vendors providing goods and services.
Any other questions on that section?
We're talking about like the extremes, hire, fire, but the stuff in between, have we addressed that? In other words,
Manages.
yeah, like evaluates, assigns.
We have directs, manages, and coordinates all work.
So that would encompass all that, the day-to-day in between. Okay.
Sean, what do you think of that, of the J, that section?
Yeah, and I think everything in between to me is, I assume,
Yeah, I just want to make sure
It's kind
that,
of like up to and including.
yeah,
And I appreciate the flexibility to consult with whomever included, but also excluded at times as well.
And commissioners, and Chair, I do agree with Christine in terms of housing council. For instance, there might be scenarios where the statutorily, the attorney general, represents the commission in certain forums. But there might be reasons, a number of reasons why they can't, and we want to make sure that the secretary director have that flexibility where we need to come, just to put more meat on that, there might, there's statutory reasons why.
Yeah.
You want to make sure the secretary director has the flexibility to get outside counsel.
Yeah, and more often than not occurs in the employment related context, because the hiring of outside counsel in other areas like litigation has to be cleared with the AG's office.
Mhm.
So I'm primarily talking about it in this context, just to be clear.
Yeah.
So.
as the language reads, is he precluded from consulting with commissioners? Let's just say a hire, like one of us worked with someone that is being seriously considered for a position, and he would want to consult with one of us to say, well, what was your experience? Like, he's not precluded from consulting with us on any of these actions, right?
Sean?
I would say if the language is preserved in a generic sense, then no, I would not be precluded.
Okay.
All right, let's jump down to R. This is a new suggestion. As needed, coordinates with the commission and commissioners and general counsel on working with the Office of the Attorney General to seek representation and manage litigation involving the commission.
Isn't that assumed?
It was like this go. Section.
I didn't hear you well.
That's it right there.
Yes. Jumping to the next session for public meeting agenda setting, and this starts with for public meeting, regular public meetings, and we'll carry the language that we discussed, that Sean recommended above. And I think the really important piece here is number 4. And Christine was talking to this one before, and we talked about if the chair is not one of the 3 commissioners calling the public meeting, this is where we'll take out chair and use Sean's language for designate the person who will preside over the meeting,
Presiding officer.
presiding officer.
So does that mean that if the 3 commissioners call the public meeting, the chair is potentially precluded from chairing the meeting? Is that question?
From my perspective, all commissioners have an absolute right to attend all meetings of the commission.
Mhm.
So if 3 commissioners were to call a meeting of the commission, then all 5 commissioners would be invited to attend.
No, but I'm saying sort of de facto, if the 3 commissioners call the meeting, are we then saying that the chair will not?
Be the chair at the meeting?
Yeah.
That's the question.
I would argue, I think the statute speaks to, and I would have to double check this, but that you would preside at all meetings.
But that's what I'm saying, is that that doesn't, I don't see that here.
Right,
So-
this is saying something different. This
Right,
is
so it's
saying
like a,
the 3 who called the meeting would designate a presiding officer.
But if
Yeah.
we're all invited,
Right.
in an event she's unable to attend, she selects a designee.
Right.
She's still the chair.
Okay, so is this like a Robert's rules
This is more of
thing?
a contentious scenario.
Right.
yeah, this is a peekaboo. Surprise, we're not telling the chair. 3 of us are having our own meeting. But you know, the chair finds out, you show
Not
up.
to invite.
No, everybody has to be invited, but my point is that in a contentious situation, you know, I just want us to be clear, okay? In terms of the treasurer designates the chair. And the 3 commissioners can say, you're not putting this on the agenda. Of course, cannabis, you've been
Yeah.
against it, you're not putting it on, we want it on. So we're gonna call, and that's gonna be on the agenda. So are you then saying that if the chair is, you know,
Yeah.
being dilatory and not putting on what you, and you want it on, are we then saying that the chair shall not
Yeah, I get it.
preside over
Yeah,
that
yeah, yeah,
meeting?
that's a good.
And I'm not, I would almost want maybe Christine to take a look at this to make sure that it comports with state statute and, because again, I can understand a contentious
Well,
situation.
if the 3 commissioners call the meeting, do they,
Yeah.
are they, they're setting the agenda because they're calling a meeting. So those 3 commissioners are setting,
They set the agenda and they can do both. They can do 3 commissioners equal 1 chair,
right,
right? In terms of calling the meeting
And
and
setting
setting
the
the
agenda.
agenda. But the question is who presides? And so the way I read that is the chair is in essence can or shall be excluded from chairing the meeting. And I'd almost want to get maybe a little more legal research into something like this to make sure that we're not undermining the treasurer's authority.
I think there are 2 places to look. One is the statute and the other is Robert's rules.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's, could you do that?
and in that
research
one.
for us?
Yeah,
Okay.
pin it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to do that, Chair.
Thank you.
I'm not sure there's gonna be a whole lot out there, but I'm happy to do it, okay?
All right, thank you. All right, executive director goals. Number 3 is just request that those goals be approved prior to the end of the calendar year. Any questions? Okay. Now we get to a tough section, a complicated section. Interactions between and among commissioners and executive director, leadership teams and staff. What you see on 4 and 5 is, okay. One is, number 4 is the same question about the nomenclature. Number 5 says, commissioner requests for staff support will be made by appropriate department heads. And the question is, does the notification also go to their supervisor? Right, so if you ask a department head, does the direct report need to be notified as well? That's the substance, right? So you send you want to ask for staff support and you ask, let's say, government affairs and policy with a notification to the executive director. Does the CC also include the head of comms?
I would think for effective operations, we would need it to. The staff are having work prioritized by us, which is prioritized by executive director. And the commissioners aren't aware of all those different priorities. They aren't aware of the bandwidth and what's on the staff members' plate. And so looping the department heads out of it, the direct reports out of the conversation leads to operational challenges for our staff to get their work done effectively.
I'd agree that there's an opportunity cost of not having people in there. But what I've seen a lot of times is a request to, I don't, like somebody in the licensing team to work on something, and the licensing, that person may not know that that project also has somebody in finance who's working on something similar. So just, that opportunity cost of not having people be able to say, oh, hey, wait, I've got an associated project, or here's another solution. I think just as a transparent communication. The other thought I had on this, because of that difficulty of figuring out who's who and who's leadership, as an alternative, again, could be commissioner requests for staff support will be, to executive director or whatever that term is. We have a 2023 goal that once this agreement is finalized, there's supposed to be SOPs coming out of it. So we being department heads, leadership staff, can take that high level direction and develop our SOP from it on what communication looks like when that request comes in.
Commissioner Roy?
I feel this is limiting commissioners' ability to, I think there's two separate things. So if we need resources or we're asking for a deliverable or task, I agree with Laura. If we're just simply communicating with staff with no resources, not asking anything, as this reads.
Yeah.
We cannot talk to any, like this
Right,
firewall.
but that came much earlier. There was already a decision before.
But this is at odds with that, that's what I'm saying.
But the decision was that the commissioners would have direct access to the executive director, the direct reports, and the department
I'm
heads.
questioning that now.
Okay.
I'm questioning because that will completely seal us off, and if we're not asking for resources, it means we can't even, we both go to the water cooler. I can't talk to.
Then let's
somebody-
open that up, because that was one of the key elements.
Exactly. And if you're not asking for resources or some staff support or anything.
I'm going to ask Sean to respond to that.
I think there's degrees of, but actually I was thinking similar, like the requests for staff support. I think there's a little bit of a subjective standard to that. It's kind of in the eye of the requester as well as the recipient of the request. And so I think there's an innocence oftentimes to, what do you think about this idea? Can you water cooler, hey, I'm thinking about this, what do you think? I don't think that's taking somebody away. I think that's a commissioner seeking a perspective. But then what is the expectation on the receiver's end? Do I need to drop what I'm doing now to accommodate that? And I think that's where there needs to be a conversation. And I would actually put some of it's a tough, because I think we talked a lot about in this space and in these dynamics, these meetings, about power dynamics of, does the staff member feel like they can say, Commissioner, can I get back to you in 10 minutes? Do you mind if I finish this up? Do they feel like they can do that? I don't know. I feel like I can and say, do you mind if I call you right back? But I don't know if a licensing specialist, to use a generic kind of a staff role here, would feel like they can do that necessarily. Part of that's implementation of this, to be clear, is setting those expectations of you absolutely can do that. Then there's, commissioners won't bite. But I think the staff support is almost too generic of a term. And I think you may want to characterize it or clarify it with the expectation set by that support request.
I feel this really boxes us in to the point where I would be afraid to ask how was your weekend?
So I just want to say, I read that as staff resources.
I know, but that's your interpreting.
Okay. So you're seeing staff support as more general than
I'm
that?
saying I'd like to see it in, I'm seeing it that I cannot engage with staff at any level, even to say, how was your weekend?
It's not support though. How was your weekend?
So one of the things, Susan, that you and I talked about, and this is also, once again, the role of the chair, and the executive director, is that the chair is supposed to be managing, in essence, the commissioners and determining, the workload, determining who gets assigned to what committee. But more importantly, not boxing anybody out, but determining what staff resources will be there. And I don't think that that's how we're functioning right now. And I think that that is something that we don't need to solve it right now, but the understanding that the chair, in coordination with the executive director, should be determining what some of those needs and resources are. On the other hand, part of this is culture. I got some feedback that there were statements, made by commissioners, in a meeting in response to, press, op-ed, whatever, and people saying, I think we should do this, I think we should do that, we can solve. Now, it was, I think, perceived as the commissioners have said it's got to get done next week. That's culture. We've got to make sure that the commissioners can make a statement, make some suggestions on how to solve a problem, but that in coordination with the chair and the executive director, we figure out how to execute that. So part of this is structure, but I think more of the problem here is culture. And that's not going to get fixed in this document.
I think that the key word is staff support and staff
It
request.
is, yeah.
Because I think Commissioner Roy speaks that she's going to the water cooler or whatever. If any commissioner is going to a water cooler, they should be having a conversation. I agree with the executive director that even if that conversation is talking about ideas. Hey, Commissioner Roy is thinking about social consumption as part of Chapter 180 consideration, bumps into Suco at the water cooler. Hey, I was thinking about, Chapter 180, what license type is. You're a licensed manager. What are your thoughts? Commissioners should be able to have that conversation. They are policy folks. They want to get closer to people and have that conversation. It doesn't need to be a formal meeting and stuff like that. Now, if the commissioner says, now Suco, I now want you pursuant to this conversation to do X, Y, and Z,
That's right.
that's where the challenge
That's
comes in,
exactly right.
right? So I agree with you. So I think that I think we're on the same page there. It's just fleshing up requests versus, in my humble view,
Can I?
what request is and what support.
I was listening, I want to throw something out there. It might be horrible. You guys can tell me something. But a lot of our conversation is around, like, the onus is on the commissioners in terms of don't talk because it could be perceived this way. What if this is an opportunity for us to say, set an expectation of staff here where you are taking your direction from this person and you don't take on any responsibilities beyond sort of like that communication that happens between you and your manager or, whoever that person may be. That way, it's very clear that although we might want something to happen, we understand that staff is not able to act until they receive the appropriate, authorizations. I'm just saying, maybe we flip that
Go the other way.
the other way. That's the suggestion
No,
I
I think,
have.
I think you're right, but it's one of the things that we as commissioners,
Mhm.
if we're frustrated with action or lack of action, we need to be proactive in public meetings.
Mhm.
Maybe voting on things, saying this isn't happening fast enough. We need to vote on this. We,
Yeah.
as a group, have a consensus about how something should happen. And maybe we make a decision as commissioners that, someone's saying, oh, we don't have the bandwidth. Well, we have the right to say,
Right.
rearrange the chairs on the deck because we're setting the priorities,
I think
setting
that's right.
But
That's
I don't
also-
think we do enough of that.
But I think that's where the executive director and the commissioner relationship is.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is instead of muzzling the way that we're able to communicate with staff, I just feel like that's a little bit topsy-turvy.
So I think the concept is, I think there's a general agreement on the concept. If you need staff resources, I think that's a great idea to make it clear. The expectation is you can't expect to have those resources available until there is a sign off
That's right.
by their immediate supervisor.
Right.
But informal communications are fine.
So I
Right.
would feel bad, like, for future generations,
Yeah.
can we have a number, Romanet, saying,
Yeah.
staff does have, commissioners do have access to staff, however you want to say it,
I'm gonna
if
figure that out.
support is
Yes.
needed.
Yes.
I just don't want to
I hear you.
hit
I
on top of the
think
head saying, you
everyone's,
can't talk to
I
them
think
as a board."
everyone's in agreement and,
Yeah.
And it's about managing
that's a-
expectations.
It is.
It's also,
It is.
it's a real nuance compared to how the conversations have gone in the past.
Yeah.
So,
Can I just say too, I
Yeah.
think, Chair, to your point, I've been talking about this for a while. It's also culture. We're living through COVID.
But this is about that.
So I
That's
think
what I'm
that,
saying, it's like that culture of communication
Yeah.
or even staff not feeling that they can speak with us freely.
yeah,
Now we know that everything still leads to the executive director ultimately. He has to sign off on whatever, anyone below him is doing. And we have an expectation and understanding that staff are not going to jump because we said something to them.
That's
because
right,
They
they
have to
shouldn't.
go through the process.
That's right.
Yeah, and I just want to finish really quick, is that Sean, I mean, I was gonna say that this is about culture, but also like this point that we're all kind of agreeing on, which is we're flipping it, is that it's gonna have to get communicated as well, not in this document, probably with that sentence, but it then becomes a part of the new culture, right? So we
That's a
have to,
condition.
yeah, so I'm just saying this because we're talking, we're gonna put this on paper. I'm thinking about the actual operational, how do we then start saying, you know, hey, you can talk to a commissioner, obviously, we're not running into nobody in the water cooler right now, but we're at events, we're seeing people, we're going to,
Right.
tours, so I think, once we, adopt this document, it's gonna be a big part on all of you guys as leadership to be able to manage that as part of this new talking point.
What do you all think of that? I'm speaking about like our
Yeah.
interactions with.
I like your thought process, yes. Okay, I like your thought process. The reason why I like it, I'm somewhere in between you and Commissioner Roy in terms of how we get there.
Yeah.
Don't want to preclude those conversations that where you're getting, okay, so let me just put it this way. I don't want the commissioners to get the idea about commission staff just from you out to you. I have a very diverse staff that thinks about a lot of different things. So I don't want to preclude the commissioners or the executive director for that matter from that kind of access in terms of, yeah, what does your staff think? I'm not representing. So I think it's more vibrant to make sure the commissioners are having those conversations with staff. But how do we do it in a way that keeps the discipline for the day-to-day job, right? Because you guys also get the complaints. Hey, I haven't had my inspection or this investigation's taking too long. Right? So we gotta remember it's the same people, right? It's Suko and her team, it's Annie and her team, it's Kyle running that team, right? It's Noam and her team, right? So we just gotta be disciplined. So how do we have the vibrancy and some discipline? So whatever we
Self-management,
develop,
self-management.
just, and their competing interests, right? They don't work together. So we just gotta be sensitive to the fact that these are competing interests. So how do we articulate it, but in a way not to frustrate what we're trying to overall accomplish, which is to really,
Can I,
Alyssa, excuse me,
oh,
Alyssa had a
I'm
comment.
sorry.
Just to further agree, I like the distinction between structure and culture. I think that's important. And also, I think we have an ongoing opportunity to actually build on a strength. And that I think is the regulatory working groups. We have commissioners working directly with staff members. We have, some managers are being informed, because there's also, I think in this, again, is at the appropriate level of talking about executive director commissioners, it's our job to work with our staff members, some of whom this might be their first or second office job, to talk about the reporting structure, reporting requirements they have, and informing requirements they have back to us. Like, it's not just on the executive director to tell me that, May met with the commissioner. May needs to say, hey, I had a great conversation with the commissioner. What do you think about this idea? So I also, one of the observations I have about later in this agreement is I see a lot that's built in response to negative. What I see in this section,
What is
response to negative, there were negative examples, and so we're putting up walls, fences, parameters. Here, what I see and I like is we have some structure that's built on a strength and helping us encourage that strength by doing just what Yao said. People have their own voices. They can use them. It's consistent with their values. We want them to. And there's enough, again, here, I think, where it leaves us space to manage, direct, build structure if we need it. But I think this is a good one.
Christine and.
To me, I mean, one of the things that for those of us been here for a little while is some of this is just really things that happened in the past where staff was put into really difficult positions. Like, in other words, I would be getting direction from Sean that he wanted me to do X, Y, and Z. And a commissioner would corral a staff person or basically say to me that they wanted something separately without kind of consulting with Sean. So it became very difficult for staff and for leadership to do our job. And in early days, time was of the essence. A lot of things, we had to really focus and concentrate to do what we did. I think the unfortunate outcome of that is that there was almost we had to work with our staffs to say, if you get a request from a commissioner, politely say, I need to check in with my general counsel or whomever. And I think staff in some instances felt muzzled. I think commissioners felt like we were cutting off access. And what it was is we were all being pulled in too many directions to do what we had to do. And so I think it's gotten better. I think as we've been able to staff out, I'll speak for myself. I think my staff's really clear. Once they raise something with me, they're free to go. And they have responsibilities to come back and check in with me if they're concerned about something. The record access officer, for example, gets an awful lot of discretion to make decisions about how they're handling things because I don't want to micromanage that. I can't. I have too much to do. But part of this is this historic legacy of where we were. Now, we have new staff that don't necessarily have those experiences and are not really thinking about it that way. It's our responsibility as managers to talk to them about our expectations, to what Alyssa was saying to them, so that it's clear to them, that if a commissioner comes and talks to you about a substantive matter that I'm unaware of, you have a responsibility to raise that with me. It doesn't mean that, you shouldn't or anything like that.
Christina,
Yeah. Sorry, I'll
thank you.
stop.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I was gonna say, no, I was gonna say,
Sean was waiting.
oh, sorry. Sean, go.
Is it, kind of, and I'm building up of all the comments so far, so I guess apologies for that. One of the things that it triggers me a little bit is throughout the entire document, I think it'd be worthwhile, and Susan, I'll volunteer to do this with you or with other folks as well, is to be very careful and intentional about the language we're using in here. Because I think in some instances, it can be written as a negative tone. Commissioners will or won't, staff will or won't. And I think if we can strike the right tone in this document, that I think Alyssa's kind of building off of some of your commentary of the opportunity this presents. So, speaking to aspirations, and I think that speaks to the culture a lot, it should, I hope, is that this is not intended to be this divisive, you go to your corner, I will go to mine, and we will not meet in the middle, or when we do, these strict parameters. But if instead it's, commissioners are encouraged, staff are encouraged.
Exactly.
That might strike a right message that I think helps obviously with implementation a lot. But I think once we settle on sort of the structure here, if we then read through it with that opportunity cost in mind, or the opportunity available.
I'll tell you what would be really helpful, is if I could have kind of like a mini drafting team. Like if you are and maybe two commissioners and we go through it. And yeah, if you're interested, I just think I've been writing this based on the conversations, and it would be helpful to have a team do that kind of run through. So maybe we can talk afterwards if that's a good idea. I think it would be really helpful. Because I'm mirroring kind of the tone, and the tone has very much been, we need to be careful, we need to be bound. And so it sounds like maybe people are relieved a little bit, and we can change it into encourage opportunity instead of will won't. Commissioner Stebbins, did you want to say something, or?
No, I would agreeing with your comment.
Commissioner Camargo?
I'll withdraw my comments because I'll withdraw my comments.
Okay, all right, let's,
Yeah, I think, yeah, we don't want to know. Hold on. But
If we're actually gonna do this, then we all really have to do it, and we have to be implemented, because I've been told, hey, I've been told I can't even go to coffee with you. So like, we're either gonna fake the funk and we're gonna write some bullshit on this paper, or we're actually gonna implement it and do it. So we as folks here, this commission, you got all know we got a lot going on. We have to really decide to change the culture, and this is a huge one because everyone's afraid of us and we're afraid of them, and we're tiptoeing over an amazing job that we all have. So to me, it's like, this is a really big deal. This one bullet point right here. So
that's why I wanted that.
yeah, no, I appreciate it. So I'm just saying, and give me a second. And everyone here is at fault. So that's why I don't want to hear anything else. Like, everyone here is at fault for it. Whether I go extra and say, hey, Matt, shit, complete innocent conversation with Matt. I didn't realize that Matt then took it and said, hey, Cedric, Commissioner Camargo asked me to do this. And I'm like, damn, Cedric, that's not what I asked him. I was like, my bad. So I've had to retrain myself when I'm talking to every staff member. And even how I approach him if I see him at an event. So it's like mental gymnastics, right? So I'm just saying, if we're really gonna put that bullet in there, then we have to really commit to actually doing that. And then the operational piece. So if y'all wanted to hear my thought, that was it.
Okay, last comment, and then we're gonna go to number 9.
I totally agree with you that it's complicated. I think there's sometimes a lack of trust between
no, we
all
get
the
it.
parties that
All
are
of it,
doing
yeah.
anything.
Yeah.
And conversations get weaponized.
Yes.
Or you hear about
We know.
concern that a commissioner has from, 2 people removed or,
Yeah.
so I think we all want it to be better.
Yeah.
And we don't want to be out of this cycle because it really is,
Yeah.
to your point, it takes a lot of energy that
Yeah,
we
we
don't
got
have.
Justin here because we've asked for HR here
Yeah.
for a lot of the reasons that we're talking about that have gotten things to HR. So, it's a big deal. So that's it. Thank you for indulging me, Ryan.
No, I mean, I just heard, this is what I have heard about all along in so many of the conversations. And what I so appreciate what you're saying is that it's a two-way street for everybody.
Absolutely.
Right? That everyone's got to make adjustments. It's not just one side of the organization. So with that in mind, let's tackle number 9. Which is all highlighted because when we had a virtual meeting of the commissioners, I think there was just confusion and people wanted some more input to understand what was required here. And I understand that it went to adjudicatory, and I think we have the same question about prosecutorial, which we already discussed. But what are it's number 9. Page 10, yeah. Yeah, me too. It's too bright. It makes it feel like it's a disaster. Anyway, so I'm gonna ask people to ask questions about items within 9, so we can start to clarify. Alyssa?
Yeah, I might answer my question. And we've got here, like, commissioners may request from executive director or chief of investigations, there. And so I guess a question for Sean too. Like, we have the case management system, we have dynamics to try to enable self-service too, while protecting what commissioners can and can't see. But this seems like like a human intensive process. And since it was new, I just wasn't sure of the impetus there, kind of what it is. And I don't know if we have to recognize case management. Again, because it's at this higher level. So is it kind of like if commissioners aren't finding the information they need, then they may request from the executive director and chief of investigations? Is that what we're saying? And I'm just not understanding background of the situation.
Yeah.
So I have other pieces that's pretty good. I shared it. Stuff like that. And I noticed early in that document, I was going to say to you till we got to 9, that we struck out further up in the document on general laws, chapter 180, because it was a heading saying that it would be further detailed. And it would be further detailed.
Right.
I apologize to all you guys. I just want to disclose I'm hearing impaired. I have hearing aids, and I just sometimes when I put my hearing aids back on, I talk more softly. So I just want to disclose that I'm usually a loud person. So I would apologize to all.
Yourself, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to disclose that I am hearing impaired. But so if I'm talking softly, because I'm hearing better myself, but you guys can't hear me.
That's good.
And it's a matter of I consider, we have some major tenets of us as an adjudicatory body, and as Christine put out the prosecutorial piece, I'm somewhat okay with the word. I still think we need to work on fleshing it out more. But I like that we have identified one section throughout the document, which is essentially the commissioner powers, that statute. But I think another major tenet is Mass General Law 30A. And when you look at a lot of criticisms that we get as staff, a lot of the commission gets, stuff like that. There's things like when commissioners, saying, hey, I don't know about this. And then the press takes that, like, you guys aren't doing your job. That's unfair to you as far as I'm concerned. But if we're going to put out a document that educates the public of an enduring like document, then we got to explain what it is in this document so that we are not answering, the commissioner's not saying, I don't know about it. Commissioners could say more confidently, I'm following my adjudicatory responsibilities. I'm going to wait for matters is right to be in front of me as the judge of this matter. Because every matter of the commission, you have the ultimate say. That's the thing. It's just a matter of when it gets to you. Nothing gets past you. It's a matter of when it gets right to you. But meanwhile, those of us on the ground level, we're fighting each other. In that prosecutorial sense, attorneys on the other side, and myself, I'm not neutral. I am your chief prosecutor. I'm in battle, and the attorneys are in equal battle, as they should be for their client. And we're, meanwhile, every day fighting each other. And then there's another piece of it, there's the executive director with counsel, which are neutral places where the parties get to say, okay, you know what, Yao and John on the other side, they're just not getting along. So now we have that independent hearing officer, that's the referee. The executive director in certain pieces is a referee. And then the commission is the referee. In other words, it goes right up to commission. And then when that exhaustion is done, the administrative exhaustion is done, and then the courts will look at the whole record and says, did the commission rely on substantial evidence in terms of this particular matters? So I guess what I'm saying overall, for us to do the day-to-day stuff, when we're informing you or people are complaining, my team has recently said to me on licensing and investigation side, literally last week, employees on the licensing side say, hey, every time we send out an RFI, it's like clockwork. A complaint goes to Sean, a complaint goes to the commission, and then next you know it, we have to deal with that complaint. Like, can we not send out RFIs to get clarification? Can we not send RFIs out pursuant to our due diligence review? Literally 2 days ago, investigators came to me. They laughed about it, says how long it's going to take before when we send this NOD out there, we're going to hear about it. Sure enough, NOD went out. Sure enough, complaints came. So they're not even able to do their regulatory responsibility. They absolutely are waiting for the complaint. Literally, that is what they're saying right now. We're just going to complain. So now the question is, if we keep this up, you're going to discourage employees. Just want to do their job. So now let's say, no, I'm going to send that RFI out. Yeah, I see that problem, but NODs puts me in a dangerous place.
Are you saying because we will become aware?
It's not the awareness, but it's speaking about culture and tone. It's how you are never compliance people. And this, when I say compliance, not just investigators. A lot of people don't realize compliance starts from the mobile application all the way to commence operations. That means from Kyle, Noam, all the way to Rebecca, right? The whole process. It's an unpopular position. It's sending out bad news. It's usually saying you're not doing something right. I mean, it's always something bad, if you would, from the licensee's point of view. It's always stopping them from getting to where they want to go. I don't want to deal with that notice of deficiency. I don't want to deal with this particular issue or that kind of issue. It's always that piece. So when they're communicating with Sean, when they're communicating with you, it's not going to say, hey, roses and stuff like that. It's coming back in a very, from their perspective, of something bad. But I'm sorry, Commissioner.
No, I wanted to, how do we help you? In other words, so we talked about this because I did the Holyoke thing, cannabis provisions, and then want to talk about notices of deficiency and how unfair they are, and I defended you. I said, I read them. I read all the notices, and I read through your plan of corrections. I see the same things over and over again. Like dumpsters aren't locked, cameras aren't working, and so you entered a highly regulated industry when you got into this, right? So, but Sean said, right, but Sean, they do have the right to contest.
We've
Can
received.
you tell us what the procedures, and we can, so that way, if there is a official way for them to contest a notice of deficiency, how do we convey that so it doesn't go against your interest?
So,
Okay, you answer the question and then we'll get Commissioner Concepcion.
so the way they, through the process is through a plan of correction. And so what happens is that you get that notice. You have 10 days to do a plan of correction, then it's a dialogue, and it's nothing. The regulatory scheme calls for dialogue. Like, it's not, here's what we're saying is the deficiency and see you later, you gotta fix it. No. In your plan of correction is a dialogue between that investigators and the licensee. If there's a rejection, then yes, ultimately, we all in this room are the regulators. This is how we in the court say, all regulators in the Commonwealth, not just the CCC regulators, you get to interpret your regulations in the statute and then evade the dispute. If the deficiency in the dispute is really at a certain level, not trying to get too lawyer-lead, that dispute can end up in a hearing. And they can request, depending on the kind of dispute, and say, no, we really disagree with you. We have the right to be heard. Then, Sean and Christine kick in terms of that more formal dispute. Now the hearing officer listens to the dispute and then writes a decision about that dispute. And one side says, we don't agree with the hearing officer. Then it comes to you, where you get the final say of the dispute, because you are the ultimate arbiters, but even there, you're in consultation with general counsel in terms of what that decision will look like. But then, if it's the other side, not if it's us, one thing, because we're your delegation, so if whether you agree or disagree with us, at the end, what you say to us is the final word, because we're your delegation. But it says the other side doesn't agree with you. Then they go to Superior Court at the first level, and they say, well, did you have substantial, we're not going to take it, I'm going to use just one phrase, and that's the only way I'm going to say is, we're not going to take this de novo, meaning we're not going to have a jury, we're not going to look at this fresh, but we are going to look at your record and see if there's substantial evidence. And from my experience, and I've been around doing this now more than a decade, the good judges, when they look at that record, they go all the way to the beginning. They see what kind of community. They really look at the record to see how you got to your substantial evidence. Sometimes they do that because they don't have a jury. And so they want to really delve in, although they shouldn't. Sometimes they do, but they want to delve in and see what that record looks like. We just want to be protective of that record. We just want to have an air of fairness to everyone. So yes, the commission should take the call if it comes to them. Sean should take the call if it comes to him. We have to, because if not taking the call is an air of unfairness. Let's be clear. So we got to take the call. We got to give the customer service, but we also got to make sure we're articulating real expectations. Like, hey,
Can I ask a question? You just went through a whole process. Is there like a FAQ sheet for licensees or a fact sheet that,
Guidance document.
yeah, some kind of document that, so if someone calls Commissioner Roy and said, this is totally unfair, she can just say, here's the process.
what I wanted to was one of the things, reading this, and one of the things that I want to commit to the commissioners, to the executive director, is to start thinking about SOPs that will help us on what I would call some of the 38 issues. We're still young. We haven't even had a hearing yet. We don't want to hear. And to work with that, and I have no problems, in terms of working with the commission to hear your concerns, and we could try to come up with an SOP that works.
Is it a bad thing to have a hearing?
Mhm.
Is it a bad thing? Is it a failure to have a hearing?
Well, you know what, back in the olden days when I was with a commissioner who asked that question at general counsel, she actually, both this commissioner and general counsel said this, and I don't disagree, but I want to jinx myself because the reason I say this hearing is because of all the work to it is night. It's like, this hearing is like, I leave this alone. It is all hands on deck in terms of the litigation of that. That's why I'm saying that.
Okay.
But no, it's not that type of hearing. And here's the reason why it's not that type of hearing. Sometimes we just got to get the interpretation from the commission on a particular interpretation of a regulation or statute. Sometimes you just got to do it. Or sometimes the issue is so important that you don't want to resolve it. Like, yeah, we can resolve it, like we can settle it in a dispute resolution conference, but we don't want to. And our dispute resolution conference, both parties got to agree to be there. Either party can step out. We, as the commission or delegation, we step out saying, you know, this particular issue, meaning at my level, I don't know where the commission is. By the way, just so you know, your public meetings, everything you say, stuff like that, my team takes it literally. In terms of this phrase, like I said to you guys in the last meeting, commission intent. But sometimes we dispute commission intent. Like we hear your words, see the language of past commissioners in terms of precedent being set, and it's unclear. If it rises an enforcement dispute, if you would, that could be a matter where we say, you know what, we got to step out, prepare for hearings, stuff like that. And yes, we're at the maturity now that there are some issues out there percolating where it can go that way. Just got to wait for the right. I mean, for me as a litigator, I always want to wait for the kind of facts that best puts us in the best position to fight. Like I wouldn't take a case where the commission would lose, right? So it's a matter of getting the facts that line up and saying, hey, don't know where it is, but I like my evidence. There are things out there that are percolating like that, but you never know how it's going to go.
I'm gonna try and get Commissioner Concepcion, and I hope you didn't forget.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't. You said something I want to hone in on. You talked about the compliance team, your team, and their apprehensions or fear when sending off those, negative notices because they know that we do frequently get in our inbox or, calls or whatever, frustration from licensees. But I wanted to hone on it because the way this conversation went, we started talking about external factors. And I think this document and this conversation is about the internal work, the way that we operate in the culture. And that speaks to a lack of support for that team and the way that they're internalizing what happens because we don't see everything. We don't know all things that happen. And there are some things that do like, okay, we see press, we know when we're talking, like that's something we know about. So there's more of a concentration there. We get those complaints and sometimes they're loud and vocal and they go to the press. So we sort of react to that without necessarily understanding the perspective from your team. So I'm wondering if there's language in here that already exists to speak with that towards that. I don't see that here. And sort of, I'm just trying to think of how we can incorporate something because that is a problem. That's a cultural problem.
To you in this way, because I don't see the language, but I'm deferring to you and the executive director in terms of that high level. Me and Sean talked about this sometimes as law school nerds. We'll talk about these kind of things. Yeah. We talk about these things for hours just because it's fun. But that culture piece impacts me because while I'm talking to Sean, I'm talking to one of you commissioners. I'm even shielded from the day-to-day of, say, my investigator that's on the road.
Right.
I may have a certain belief, but that investigator is miserable
Right.
in that vehicle traveling to that location because they're thinking about these issues.
Right.
If I issued that NOD yesterday, I'm dealing with that. No matter how they express that up the chain, they may see it out there in the press because, or they may hear legislators complain about it because, some of these licensees are power brokers.
And because of our
have access.
function, because of our separation, which is, I know is a deliberate, separation, we are only getting that outside external, interpretation of what's happening. And that's what we end up responding to, even though the team is doing their job.
Let's get some more voices, Commissioner Roy.
Yeah, I just at first I said, how can we help you and your staff? And do we talk about it at public meeting in the essence that, okay, we've all done roundtables, we're hearing some folks need edification around notices of deficiency and request for information. And let's read the guidance document, like there's a procedure, right? To contest, is there like a legitimate procedure to contest a notice of deficiency?
It's through the plan of correction.
It's through the plan, so
So you may
maybe.
say in that response, just to, and sorry to interrupt you, but
No,
it's
I want to be helpful, I'm trying to like help.
so the issuance of a notice of deficiency provides then, that's basically us confronting the licensee. and
That's
saying, this is what we've observed, this is what we found. The licensee then has a 10 calendar days to
Yes.
respond to the plan of correction. That plan of correction, though, could be, I dispute this. And so that's where in the exchange, we may reject that plan of correction and say, we heard you.
Yeah.
But we don't agree with you. We're
Right.
still asserting that there's deficiency. Or we may say, fair enough, we therefore rescind that NOD. But that's that back and forth.
But can I, and this is also, this is sort of like the elephant in the room that's not, so part of the problem is the time frame and the communications. And it's not placing blame or anything, but in essence, any delay, because of the way the laws are set up right now, that you have to have control of the property, which means you pay a premium on your lease. So every month that there's a delay, there's a penalty. And even, so maybe, and I'm not saying, but maybe we've made a mistake, right? Maybe it's weak, maybe it's whatever. But this is the problem that we have, is that this is what I'm hearing back from licensees, is that they don't want to fight. They just want a resolution. They're happy to pay a fine. But when we don't give a speedy resolution, when we don't communicate rapidly, in essence, we're levying a penalty on them. And that's what I'm hearing. And it's not that the process isn't right. It's not that your folks aren't doing their job. That's what comes back to me, whether they're power brokers or just little people that I've met at different meetings. They don't even have an opportunity to negotiate because they're already being penalized before you get to the penalty phase. Do you know what I mean? And I think that this is another.
Is that a regulatory thing? Is that a
No,
policy? Like, what is that? You
But
know
it's
what I
de
mean?
facto because the rules, and again, it predates all of us being here, but think about, this is one of the things we talked about yesterday, is the sort of, maybe we should be reconsidering whether, what that control is before you have to get an HCA. But the fact is, right now, we know that businesses pay like a penalty for being the cannabis business. The cost is jacked up 30–40%.
Mhm.
We say you have to have this in place
Mhm.
before you can even go get an HCA, before you can. And so, and this is not fault, it's just, this is what it is, and this is something we should be considering in our regulations this year, is because it's not an even playing field between the licensees and the investigators, and that's where
I
I'm.
asked that for a reason,
Yeah.
though, because in this context, in this conversation, I think it's important to kind of separate
Yeah.
what the purpose is of the document and the conversation,
Yeah.
because you're right, we talked about it.
Yeah.
Like, there are some things that we should probably visit,
No,
figure out.
but if we fix that problem,
Yeah.
it takes some of the pressure off of his people
Oh,
to be able
I
to
see.
do their job. That's what I'm saying, is
I
that
see
we
what
need
you're
to be looking at the big picture,
I see what you're saying.
because in essence, we're creating
It's been
a bad
very-
thing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I have litigated various cases. I have litigated in front of the EEOC. I have litigated in Superior Court. I have litigated at the appellate level committee. And I have prevailed. I was not in the exact same position because the way my former employer, the way they are structured, 3 commissioners, and the way it's structured is a little bit different. But I was the compliance chief to the extent that I was the compliance chief there and was in charge of beginning of the intake process to the SJC in terms of my case being looked at. I have prevailed. The court has talked about our record. And I won. In other words, judges who don't know me saw what my arguments were, read my motions, my memos, and I prevailed. I bring that experience here. So I'm not just, this is not just an opinion. It's been vetted. With my former employer, I want to get to the chairs. I think the chair raises concerns that I agreed that the chair of the commission has the right to have. That's one of them. Be clear. The commission has the right to know about cases that are being talked about in the general public, if for no other reason, your policy decision makers. I view myself and our team, we're soldiers. We are almost the opposite side of terms of policy discussion, unless you ask. Commissioner Roy using the same example. Yeah, Suko, what do you think about, we've got chapter 180 on here. What do you think in terms of, okay, now that you ask, we'll go in working groups, stuff like that. Now we get that policy discussion. Prior to that ask, we're looking at the regulation and the statute as is. We're looking at commission intent in terms of the meetings. We are the compliance people. And so when the criticism is about us issuing an NOD, that is the law. The law says you have 10 days to respond. The problem with the complaints is that whether you see it or not, they are ex parte conversations. There's always another side of the story.
Sure.
So when you are getting those communications, 100% of the time, that communication is an ex parte communication. So that's the first thing as an administrative judge. You should say, okay, I know the process allows for this communication, but I got to also recognize that eventually this could come before me. I am the administrative judge in terms of this design, which predates all of us. It's been part of our Commonwealth for nearly 100 years. And that there's got to be another side. Oh, by the way, that other side is the side that's in charge of enforcing the statutory and regulatory scheme. And everything that the licensee is saying, they are absolutely not thinking about 3 things: public safety, public interest, public welfare. They're thinking about one thing, as they should.
Right.
Yes, I'm okay with them fighting for their interests. That's okay.
Yeah.
But there's competing interests. Now, sometimes even in the essence and the design of trying to make that money, they do things we like that works in the benefit of those 3 things. But our job on the compliance side, we can never think outside of those 3 things. That's the difference. It doesn't mean that you as the decision maker is going to agree with us. You have the right in defining and interpreting those 3 things. But we should at least have opportunity as your delegation to bring that case before you when it's at the right time. But in the meantime, we got to develop the case. The one piece that Christine Wright do disagree with is that, and I know this is part of this department, the chair was asking a question and it came up, and Christine said it turns to the estimated timeline. I understand that frustration. I mean, I've been out in the field and I hear the licensees, the applicants trying to get their provisional, stuff like that, talk about that timeline. We all know that there's this another elephant in the room, the lack of capital. That puts further stresses on these things. We're all sensitive to that. As a human being, I don't want to see these small places, especially to rent a facility, do certain things, go out of business. That stresses out. I can't begin to tell you that in terms of teams, we tried it like, I got some good investigators. They try to get out there, they try to make quick decisions. They really are sensitive to that, but they're not indifferent as human beings. But we're talking about hundreds of licensees. There are around 500 commenced operation licensees, which, oh, by the way, commissioners have asked me, oh, during renewals, do you go to that place? You know, and inspect it? That's 500 inspections right there. And so the people that you're speaking about, okay, that group that you're speaking about in terms of, that's not the 500 people that you're asking about renewal. That's another group.
Yeah.
Okay, that we got to get to. In other words, there's a lot of.
But if I can, I think that I just want to make sure that we're staying on track. And I think that I've taken lots of notes about what you're saying. And I think that, but I also think that in terms of what we as commissioners can do, that's going to happen in this regulatory process, that we need to figure out how to streamline.
And
Okay.
SOPs. So
And that's what I'm just saying. We need to figure out what we're doing to take some of the burden off of you, because 5 years in, it's regulated, we should be, and I teased Sean, but we should be carrying a clipboard rather than a badge. We need to be figuring out how we're facilitating it while protecting public safety, promoting equity, and making sure, but giving us some feedback, and we're in that process right now, because I think that we can take some of the pressure off of you, which then takes the pressure off of us.
sometimes you can, sometimes you can't.
But I know, but I'm just saying,
Right.
I'm just saying, we have to be
Excuse me,
cognizant there,
okay,
so.
we're in another
Yeah.
conversation. I think this has been, I'm gonna let Commissioner Concepcion give us the last word. We've had a really good conversation. I think a lot of learning happened. I'm gonna figure out how to get this section rewritten, because there are other sections that we also need to go into
I think I have
depth.
asked Susan too.
I just want to get Commissioner Concepcion, and then I think maybe we could talk more on.
No, I don't want to talk, I just want to have a.
I'm thinking about how to unpack this in a way that's not so
Yeah.
convoluted. My first thought when I was just reading this was that the way that it is framed here, again, it's clunky. And I'll take a step back. This section, interactions between and among commissioners, executive directors, leadership teams, and staff, I feel like we're missing an opportunity here. It's very commissioner focused, and it's not inclusive or speaking for the entire agency. This is supposed to be something for not just commissioners, but the entire agency. And everything is about what commissioners do, what we shall, what our access, so on and so forth. But my recommendation is to sort of reformat, restructure this so that it's speaking to the topic. This is a really important topic, compliance, investigations. And maybe if we sort of restructure this so that this is a compliance section, and we're saying this is the way that we operate as a whole, instead of saying this is how commissioners should act and are expected to act in this space. I just think this is like that.
Can I ask you to help me do that? Can we rewrite this together?
My one thing is, I'm on 2 regulatory working groups. I will do as much as I
But
can.
if you give me
Okay.
2 hours,
Okay.
we'll just talk it through.
I just feel like
Okay.
this section in particular, this is where
Yeah,
we can
this
really
has
use
been
it
a-
as an opportunity to be more of a charter for the entire agency.
Okay.
Susan, can I have a ask?
Yes.
Because it's related to what Commissioner Concepcion said.
Mhm.
When you are looking at that writing piece, if the permission of the commissioners and the chair, I think you'd be greatly served by having 3 people to join you, Commissioner Knapp, and you, Susan. And the 3 people I would like that you would have, so that's more ground level, would be Rebecca Lopez, Kyle Potvin, and Noam Kamalo. Because I think they're very, very bright, they're strong writers. They would give you that world that we're speaking of. There's a reality, and it's all consistent with 30A. And I'd like for you, the commission, to hear why the timeline component in terms of those who don't have commission operations have its challenges. But I don't want you to hear from me. I want you to hear from the.
I'll take that. But the one thing that I will say though is that my comment is for the entire section.
I know.
Too, but I hear you. I hear you.
I think if we draft something and then get feedback on it, that
That
that'll
was
be
just my ask.
efficient instead of trying to get 5 people to draft something.
Yeah, and to the extent that it, I think one of the things I'm trying to do is make people help people understand, we're talking about very separate functions, but they influence each other, right? They have a huge impact on one another. So any discussion of the prosecutorial function should include legal and, et cetera.
It will.
Christine.
It will.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna call
I know,
time,
just
I'm gonna call time on this issue.
Okay.
I have a question about lunch. Do we have to do anything for lunch?
You usually get a garden salad, right? Yeah.
Sometimes, yeah.
I'm glad we're good.
Oh, you're. All right, thank you.
And the
That's
water,
great.
I was told.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. Do we know when lunch is coming?
I ordered it.
Wow,
2
you're
minutes
good.
ago, so.
I brought lunch, because I was told to bring lunch.
I brought lunch
A lot of folks did.
All
I
right.
tried, I stopped at.
Okay, so we have more time. So I need a bio break. So I'm gonna call a bio break. Let's,
Can I just say,
yeah,
you said this is gonna be a difficult section. I think congratulations to all of us. We're doing pretty well.
yeah, I think that,
I think that's a big win for us. I just want to say that.
yeah.
Knock on wood.
I think you're, yeah, I think a lot of understand.
How much time?
Christine, did you write?
110, 120.
Okay, all right, so quick bathroom break.
Christine, on
Yeah,
this.
I didn't want to
Did you
interrupt your
write?
flow, so
Yeah.
I went ahead and.
Thank you.
Familiarize
Don't
themselves
interrupt her flow.
with
Yeah.
investigation and enforcement SOPs.
I don't know if I wrote that line to this. That was not mine.
So I think, did you write, because
No, I didn't write this down.
commissioners will, all right, so C is commissioners will familiarize themselves with investigation enforcement SOPs.
I didn't write that.
So is that though, like, because I think I said
No,
that, I want to make sure.
My thoughts in terms of SOP, I didn't write anything.
Okay.
My thought is just listening to you guys here today and the last meeting and thinking that is a couple of pieces, this couple of questions, just a regulatory review. And I'm glad you guys brought up HGAs because, right, you've had the chance to create something new
Yeah.
and put in that. And that experience will, I think, will, when we open up to all the regs, I think will aid you in terms of how you want to do certain things. But we always got to be careful. That I think that you and I, some people complete agreement is that to make process too truncated, it could compromise the three things: interest, safety, welfare. So. it's-
No, you know me, I'm always thinking about
That's what I'm
those
saying.
things.
Yes.
Always.
You gotta be- I want to be fair to the license.
Right.
I think we all do.
But without compromising those three pillars.
Right. We gotta be
Right.
careful because like we did something and Sean, I'm gonna give Sean credit in terms of our process. In terms of this open, Sean, unresolved and
Open and unresolved.
yeah. And Sean came with an idea, because what happened is the way we were interpreting open and unresolved since the beginning of the commission
Yeah.
is that if something was open and unresolved, and I'm saying the phrase more broadly, we literally would stop in the license process. You know, Sean came to me and said, man, yeah, all my complaints from the Hill, from the commission, stuff like that,
Yeah.
is dealing with, because he deals with this every day, right?
Yeah.
He's one of those, from terms of my interpretation of the 38 process, he's one of those neutral centers. He sees from everything. So my brain says this conversation is actually good process. So he goes, what about this? I sent the idea to my team about, because I agree with him. It's like, yeah, that is where most of our pressure points are coming from.
Yeah, big one.
Like 90% of it,
The biggest part.
right? Like
Yeah.
some of it was just people complaining, right? But 90% of it was that.
Yeah.
So I sent it to my team. Specifically, I sent it to Rebecca Lopez and they're smart people. They took it and broke it down. They looked at all their cases and stuff like that. And it says, there's past issues that we still got to come get them on. And there's present matters. On past issues, we can give them, say, this notice, we call it a letter of warning, that speaks to, okay, identify the issues. But in the notice, we say, look at a little problem, you got pesticides that's still on, okay? But we will move you in the process. So you still got no, because I was concerned about them thinking about moving them on the process, that that issue's been resolved, right? Could that create new problems for us? So now they get this letter of warning, which is essentially it's a notice that says you can move through the licensing process, but you still have this pesticide issue that we got to resolve. And the reason why that pesticide issue got to be resolved, one is we don't have primary jurisdiction.
No, yeah, I'm not.
We can't tell a secretary how fast to move their investigation. That's what people don't. We can't tell the secretary of the NDAR what to do at all in their primary jurisdiction. Secondly is we need the evidence from their process, the testing of the samples, the evidence of that. Thirdly, we want to work in conjunction with them because they do have primary, jurisdiction. So it's good in terms of our MOU to work together on these things. But the licensee doesn't care concerned about that. They just say, this investigation has been taking 6 months, 7 months. And we have no control over that. I can say this, once we get those results, just like everything else we do, we actually move kind of fast. You know,
Relative,
yeah.
relative. So,
Yeah.
But I think Sean's idea that it takes them out of the deep freeze where they're frozen.
It's not a purgatory.
They're not frozen. It thaws it out. They can
So
still.
guess what? It's only, I say that at most it's 2 months of a 2-month process.
As far as that change?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're looking at like Thanksgiving.
Right. So it still hasn't manifested itself out there.
Completely, exactly.
Out there.
But it's helpful because
But
that,
we've already done it.
right?
In other words, and so that's the example too, by the way, that we always evolve. And one of the things I said to the team, a phrase I say all the time, we always got to remain intellectually flexible, right? Because we want to always improve the process. Listen, we get input from the licensees and stuff like that. One day I hope that we get a situation.
So you want to approve the process without sacrificing the tenants and what he
So,
came up with,
yeah, but-
helps the
but we
process
can
without
do the process,
sacrificing the
let's put
tenants.
the investigation,
Yeah.
but here's the reality. Well, I say we're gonna get some complaints still.
Yeah.
So we're gonna say in the story. So yeah, I move that same licensee now, right, with the pesticide investigations in the process. But the licensee's still upset about the fact that they had a pesticide investigation.
Well, that's, we're gonna keep.
But that's my point.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
For the commissioners gotta.
You're never gonna please them all.
Oh, you're not even pleased to, so I'm solving your problem in terms of.
But as soon as everyone's
Give them
back.
License because they don't have that big bill, they got a customer pay and all that, right? So now they're a licensee. But I can't solve their problems in terms of them using pesticides. That's.
No, that's a different issue, right?
It's the same.
And that's beyond our jurisdiction.
Right.
It's MDR,
Well, we have co-jurisdiction, but they have
primary jurisdiction.
Right.
Yeah.
So we have jurisdictions in terms of,
Yeah.
but if the cannabis is a pesticide, then they have stuff like that.
Right.
So when the licensee is saying to you, what I was saying, Chair, is that, Sean, can improve input of the commissioners, and, keep on the hill. Complain about, hey, let's open an investigation.
I'm just waiting to send you something because I don't want
Right.
to send you one email. So I'll just send it to you all.
So
It's like the link to the open meeting, the link to
I sent the
the,
issue.
this or that.
It's just, you got to try to.
That's good because I'm not gonna open them now anyway.
Yeah.
But I
And if you don't open it at all.
No, of course I will. Of course I
And
will.
while there's still complaints, but there's still complaints on the.
Yeah.
history,
Yes,
it's
a
gonna
lot of
take time.
attachments.
Sean said it was around February.
Yeah, yeah.
So here we are in February, it still hasn't
It
manifested
still doesn't
itself
matriculate it
in
out.
the
Yeah.
industry,
Yeah.
that that's how we're doing things.
But see, but this is the point that I was making
Yeah, but-
before, because
Yeah.
you can be as studious and as rigorous in terms of upholding the law.
Mhm.
But in essence, we have an unlevel playing field that unduly harms them
No,
while you're doing your
And we
job.
heard
And that's
that,
what
we heard that.
But that is.
So
a
we
good
heard that
solution.
example, we heard that. But the reason why I like to use that example.
Yeah.
Because that same licensee, I know from one of the offenses I'm thinking about,
Mhm.
is still gonna complain to you and Sean
Yeah.
about the pending pesticide investigation. You see, like even if I move them along now.
We're on a bio break, right, Fred? Lunch break?
We're on a bio break.
Okay.
We're coming back. I'm just sort of managing the time like that. Three really big issues.
Should.
Yes, no, we're gonna get back. Lunch
Lunch
isn't gonna be here until.
About what is, there's not, because.
I thought this is lunch break.
Okay. I know you're pretty.
Most of the time it doesn't.
But.
There were ways that we can. Sure, yeah, yeah. What I would do, I'm gonna jump to press.
You know,
These are the three big ones that we have. I don't know if you looked at budget.
It's not just
What I did
a
was.
one-off.
They have prior-
No, but the point is, this is also why you need to have an additional, but an additional conversation about when templates come to.
You had to take your hands.
That was just like, right, that's an investigation.
No, I'm not laughing.
Yeah, that we needed to, yeah, just internally, but we have,
Yeah.
but how do we influence?
That would be helpful.
Thank you.
You know, I called for 20 minutes this morning, should be.
Sorry, I thought we were,
Sorry about that. I ran out because I really have. But I wasn't exactly clear.
She literally just received a complaint. From licensees that looks
Yeah.
Like they're not happy.
Yeah. Little prayer.
I saw some issues that could, say, run more forward, but I saw issues by the commission and those such back and forth, so saying, was fighting each other.
We're all into each other.
Yeah.
Just because we're CCC, that's still.
No, but this is also one of the things that because of some of the regulations that are in place, we keep them married.
Right.
And so we need to be able to figure out how to unmarry them and then let them go forward. You know what I mean? But right now,
Or at least
we,
identify.
but I'm just saying, we keep
It's the.
this function alive because we don't make it easy to unmarry.
Absolutely.
It's not rocket
We
science.
need to be,
No, I know.
Well,
Sean,
Just
I just realized I have
Because
my.
those
card
are
here
the
too.
three
I can
budget
go
press.
I forgot.
So it's like, we
I
wrote
want
it
to
down.
be sure, and then if we have time, we can go back to the.
Because you're like, oh, I'll go, and I'm like, oh, okay, I can go. And yeah, St. Vincent's is right there. I'm literally right behind. It's not that far from here. Oh, okay.
I have AAA and I used it for friends in the past.
No, I'm kidding. No, it's just that I want to go to Starbucks to get something, and Sean said, I'll go for you. I'll just like, jump in my car. I'm like, yeah, I'll jump in the car with you. Or I'll walk with you. But then I'm thinking, I have my car here too. I could just go to Starbucks.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a long walk, it's just.
I can order it on the app.
Yeah.
And this is based on.
Is it getting, is the weather getting
I
better?
said to them.
It looked a little clear right now.
Yeah.
But
But this is why, what.
I want to say,
That's what triggered that.
and this is, yes, but you know,
I want-
there's a thing
I
called
want-
Empowerment Week, Cannabis Empowerment Week for the city of Boston.
Protecting.
Yeah,
cannabis
saw something.
Yeah.
employees.
That
You
one
can't do it.
listed.
You gotta get them to do it.
Right, but no,
They asked me to speak,
They were so appreciative.
I did it last year
of that
at
meeting
Seed
because they
Core
learned a
Empowerment
lot
in Jamaica Plain,
about
but this year I'm gonna talk about,
in terms of
ancillary services.
Forget
So,
that brand.
I may-
They were just very.
Forwarding this to you to say,
Yeah.
We opened up.
would be interested, maybe, since we're always talking about ancillary services, doing it
Yeah.
together.
Commissioner.
Kind of just, he wants me to,
Sorry.
oh, yeah, yeah.
I thought you was pausing.
No, no,
Do you have communications team support for this? Huh?
Jesus Christ.
Uh-huh.
I literally just got the email. Look, this is how I function. I just got the email. I'm gonna ask
So.
Commissioner Stebbins if he wants to participate.
What is it?
And then I'm gonna reach out to communications.
When we're chatting from the same email, that's why I'm asking Camargo, what
And
email?
that last section.
I just got an email from
Kind of
Tomas.
similar to
Oh,
the
no.
section you just had.
It's, you know that thing that they
Yeah,
invited us to speak at last year?
On the 11 commissioners
This year,
will be on
he wants me to do ancillary services.
Okay.
But I was like, Bruce and I
My
are
team
talking
not.
about it.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I need to be like a keynote speaker by myself sometimes.
Yeah.
So I'm like, this would be good for Bruce and I to talk about ancillary
It's
services.
just in the communication.
No, this
And
is.
also, like last year, remember you had to
Interactions between.
cancel out, but I may have to cancel.
Okay.
For any reason, so I'm like, maybe I get.
Such as that.
to talk about ancillary services just because of the financial situation right now.
And we don't
Very-
get updates and then we have adverse impacts on the other.
So,
Let me just,
so I'm just thinking ahead, kind of like, we have two of us, you know.
I thought you were referencing something else I got an email for. Girl, if you're.
So, Commissioner, that underscores the importance of working with the communications team on this.
Yeah, but not yet though.
But so, at this point, we may have multiple commissioners who have received efforts. It sounds like we have. And so we.
No, she hasn't got it. Yeah, no one has.
I got something else.
But that's
But-
cool, because the point still remains.
But my next step is communications.
How do you know communications and also receive outreach and talk with them?
That's a good
thank
question.
you. All right, we're gonna jump to budget. Because it's another discussion, but I think it's more approach. So if you look at the mess, it is on page 16. I call it the mess that is the budget and budgeting process. And because what happened was, we had prepared something and then we got feedback, I got feedback from Alyssa's team that said this doesn't align. The dates are wrong and the parts are wrong. And I sent you the SOP that is the budget process. So there are three options now. One is to just refer to the SOP, because that can change easily. The other is to cut and paste the relevant sort of, it's a level of detail that doesn't need to be in this, but we could cut and paste parts of it. And the other is to take what we had prepared and fix it so that it's aligned with the SOP. And what Alyssa and I were just talking about is the SOP doesn't say very much about the treasurer. And it doesn't include a lot about the commissioner's roles. It has some. So that's kind of where we are. And Alyssa, I'm going to let you introduce that issue and then.
And we're on, we're starting one
So if you look at
under
16.
page 16, budgeting and
Right,
budget
so
process.
1, 2, and 3, I think are okay, right? And then when you get to page 4, there's a suggestion in accordance with the commission SOP. All these people will prepare the commission budget. And so one suggestion is to just have some sentence like number 4. What you have at 5 is where I cut and pasted parts of the SOP. That's the second option. And then if you go to where the black text starts, at the bottom of page 18, that was our original text.
I'll
Yes.
say a couple things on this that I think echo what I mentioned before, but the input from the larger team. First of all, a couple things on this section, this and the communication section. Finance and communication are the only functions or teams that are singled out. And I will say there was a reaction from people who thought, why are you telling me how to do my job? Keep this at the commission level. Again, it's just that, why are you telling me to do my job? I do this job. I got it. And taking it as like a sense of the commissioners, executive director, that we're not doing our jobs correctly. Therefore, you have to tell us how to do it. So there is that human reaction, I think. I won't speak for communications, but I think very human communication that I heard across my team. The other thing I just want to note, even using the SOP, S standard, we have not had a standard budget year since fiscal 2020. And even then, maybe since fiscal 2019. So even for what the standard operating procedure that Adriana and I worked on and the executive director approved, we recognize that it needs some changes because the standard, COVID interrupted the standard. New governor interrupts the standard. Just the year to year, our standard, we're looking at how do we.
You're just talking about timing, right? Or no?
Yeah, but there's a lot of pieces in there. And then the other piece that Susan mentioned that wasn't in our standard because we did it before this agreement, we haven't really integrated the treasurer position. So Adrian and I recognized before this agreement, we need to work on that SOP. So I wanted to give you that staff level reaction of feeling like, why are you singling me out? I've done all this work. We get funded every year. You know, we're doing good. So there was a reaction there that I think you need to know about.
Yeah.
And then in terms of the agreement, the other reaction, and I like the first suggestion that Susan had of put in the top 3 items of like just understanding what is the commission's role, and what is the commission and executive director role. And then I do think it's an obligation that you guys voted on in January that the executive director, me, Adriana, and the treasurer need to update our SOPs. Then we can do that. The other thing I understand from our previous meeting is there was a desire to have one-stop shop. We didn't have the SOP library when any of you came on board. We do now. That should be the one-stop shop, not a governance agreement. And I think there was also reaction, or I know there was reaction again of like, tried to give you information. We tried our best. And then you're saying it wasn't good enough. You're telling us how to do our jobs and there's no one-stop shop. So I know that was not your intent, but I wanted to let you know, again, 2 teams feel very singled out here. And a way to resolve that, keep it at the commissioner level. I like that first option and am absolutely committed to working on an SOP that incorporates not just the treasurer, but all the commissioners.
So I don't disagree with you, but one of the things I will say is that, incorporating the treasurer, but also the chair, who the chair and the executive director will be sort of leading the sort of process of the budget, with the legislature. So, I'd like to get the chair put in there at
Yeah,
some
that's a
point in
good
time. But also it's just, I will tell you, just from my one time doing this, the high level conversation about budget that we have with Sean doesn't, I think, provide enough transparency to me as a commissioner to really understand. I can see line items, but I don't really understand how money is being spent. So however you put that together, I just like, as a commissioner and for my fellow commissioners, making sure that we have more transparency into the granularity of how money's being spent. That's the
Yeah,
only
I
comment I
agree.
have.
And I think that's been a good outcome, not of this document, of this process.
Mhm.
An outcome of this process was something that all of you initiated with me and Adriana to improve that transparency. That's why we're doing more briefings. We're looking at, we provide, monthly reports and very willing to adapt that to whatever helps. Also, the SOP library is a reaction to that of like, yeah, understand it's hard to find information, so let's put it in one spot.
Mhm.
As to this particular section though, because of those improvements we have, I recommend going with recommendation 1 of just, if you go with it at all, I do want you to be aware of the cultural and morale impact of having two teams feeling very singled out.
How does this impact? Hang on, Sean's not here, so.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I didn't notice that.
Yeah, I thought this was a big part of Sean's, the budget is
Yeah,
something
it's a
that
big
Sean
part of it.
Yeah, so
developed.
don't leave the room, but you gotta.
To your point, Chair, that the budget has been a process and only Sean knows it. Sometimes I feel like it's only in his head. So I think this is a really good time to make sure he's here so that we're
But
not.
I just, because he has to go out and get lunch.
Oh, is that what he does?
He's going to get
Yeah,
everybody's
so
lunch.
that's a no. Can you say something about, two teams feeling called out?
Would you want me to wait for him again?
Yeah, I think it's,
I think
because I'm
you should.
part of
It's
that
important
conversation.
for
I
you.
think that's
we wanted Sean to hear what was being said. Can someone bring us back to where we were?
So I think, in terms of what's drafted, I know speaking on behalf of like the office and administrative team, would prefer the minimal option, one that just says, here's what the budget is. I think what Susan suggested is option one. Rationale for that, is largely that we have an SOP. We recognize that SOP needs to be updated because standard has not been standard, certainly since fiscal or calendar year 2020. And that we need to incorporate a couple positions. The chair mentioned incorporate the chair, and we need to incorporate the treasurer. So I'm more than happy to do that. And we saw that as consistent with what we have to do as part of our 2023 goals. The other observation I wanted to share with this group is that that larger office and administrative team noted that only 2 functions and therefore teams are singled out in this agreement. That there's explicit direction on how the CFAO and the COO do their jobs regarding finance and budgeting, and then comms is singled out. Susan had explained to the groups like why that is, but it doesn't do much to help the morale of that piece, and that the groups did acknowledge that when this set of commissioners came on board, we did not have the SOP library. And so we do have that now, which provides that one-stop shop for here's everything. And for any new employee, it provides a one-stop shop for here's how we operate internally. There are some CIE guidelines there. We have that now. So it felt targeted to many people that that this function would be called out when these other means exist.
Can you explain that? I think because we're losing ourselves in the word. Wait, hold on. Let me- I think we're stuck on the word target and singled out. Like so I'm missing, did we miss something in this section?
So for my team, it felt like you're calling out finance. What's wrong with finance? We get our budget every year. We're doing it. We try to brief you. We try to make changes.
Okay.
We're doing kind of what Yao said about it.
That question, was it? I thought that this section was developed with support from your department.
I think once they saw the whole agreement and saw, well, there's nothing about,
So we missed something.
No, but she said that no other, this is the
no other
only,
function is singled out.
or expanded
That's what I'm
on.
saying, so we missed a lot of functions.
I don't think for a governance agreement, no, I don't think you did.
Oh.
I think
We
for a
talked about
governance
investigation too.
Yeah.
We talked about that.
Oh, okay.
I think comms was mentioned, right? And so that hopefully was part of the conversation we had. And I think where you're saying what's missing, I think it kind of goes back to what I held on to from the previous meeting where Yao GB often talked about this being Magna Carta, like this being a document that at a high level sets the order of how we operate, how we interact. However, in the budget section and in the comm section, it gets extremely granular at times in a way that feels, and targeted was used in my group as well. We felt that there was something that sometimes there were provisions that were in response to highly specific examples. It felt like it was a reaction
Got it,
versus
got it.
guidance on how we operate.
I get it.
And the word used from several of my teammates, micromanaged.
Okay.
Why are you micromanaging me? What am I not doing? But all in all, I think the sentiment though is the same as this is supposed to be a very, very high level between executive director and commissioners, and then our departments will do our part as you told us to update us.
That's helpful to hear because I feel like we have gone deep into budget and communications. We really have because of examples that we've used, so I think what sucks here is that y'all haven't been part of all the conversations that we've had, and then we haven't been part of your conversation while you're doing this. So this is really helpful to understand because I could see where there could be a intentionality from both parts and us not knowing,
And you hit on something that I think was another part of the conversation from my group. They almost looked at the comm section that's being written from an ivory tower perspective. People don't understand the operations on the ground and how effective it would be to go in some of these directions, or how much dysfunction it would actually cause.
I think that's a very, very similar for my group.
And which is why you guys are here, which is why we asked you guys to.
Like,
Yes, just in general.
Yeah,
There's one
yeah,
in
and
here.
there are, yes, it's about, I think the question is really, do we include all this detail about the budget?
Right.
That's really the question, or do we just,
Oh, then Paul will get singled out because we absolutely need to know an IT budget. That's massive. Say that one more time.
I don't know.
Chief Technology and Innovation Officer, is that Paul?
so four is just saying, in accordance with the commission SOP, these people will prepare the commission budget. And then there would be nothing else under that. So, and if you saw, I sent along the SOP, the budget process SOP, which doesn't get to everything that it needs to, but there's a plan to revise it. So that's really the question.
Yeah.
I think part of what happened also in our discussions is there was a lot of learning going on. Right, there were a lot of questions, and so everything got memorialized in the document about those learnings and those processes. So I just want to pose a question to people. What are your thoughts about taking out all the detail and just citing the SOP? Because earlier, people didn't want to do that. You wanted, as I had explained to Alyssa, you wanted everything in one document for new commissioners to come on to get the high level, this is everything. But now we could attach those. Bruce and then Christine.
I like the idea of kind of maybe building out that SOP paragraph a little bit more, but all of the dates and everything else, some of that's not driven by us. Who knows when that would change or could change, but, you know, building in there when the governor is going to deliver their budget, I think that's a lot of taking up space.
What would you like to see in a build out of that paragraph?
Just building it out a little bit more, that it's not only preparation of the budget, but it's also the advocacy. Because I think that takes on different responsibilities of the ED and the chair and maybe the treasurer and communications, government affairs. I mean, it's more, there's more about budgeting than just coming up with a number.
So preparing advocacy and tracking also.
Yeah.
I presume.
Also, just a reminder that we had kind of, I don't know how we came up with the page 17 of the calendar, but we had said, because we wanted to see something in writing. We wanted to see sort of like, how does this work? When does it go? Because I don't know, I mean, this is completely ignorant right now. I don't know if this sort of timeline here, even if it's very broad, is part of a budget SOP. And I think for us, it was a sort of the first time that we were having a conversation around the budget, around governance. So I think that this whole section, Alyssa, too, page 17, was very like, hey, can we get a visual brief done? You know, that was like us, we may not need this in here at this point because we may know now that, you know, this is how it works and it's somewhere else, but this is what we wanted to see at the time. You know, how does this really work? When does, you know, Chairwoman, to your point earlier, you talked about, and Sean was outside of the room, but you talked about the budget process and it being more transparent and da-da-da-da-da, which are the conversations we've been having. So that's kind of where this came out of, this, you know, this calendar. So I just wanted to kind of bring that back a little bit because we can revisit it. It could be something that it sits somewhere else or it's more realistic versus, you know, at a high level. But we thought about new commissioners who are here for the first time, like we were in the beginning, and not even understanding or knowing the budget process. If you don't know the State House, you don't know the budget process. I think this was sort of like a very 101 dummy.
Partly a handbook for commissioners.
Yeah, yeah.
And Susan explained that to my team, which still,
Oh, okay, sorry.
still made them say, again, recognizing you guys were developing this in executive session. We're not in executive session. We're saying, this sounds like, to me, this is a little bit of a residual tale now.
Got it.
And I would say take it out because we have developed a lot of other tools that still can be developed. Again, the SOP, the policy, the SOP library, We've also put together a common calendar, so you can actually see budget deadlines. Those are staff level actions that we can do and we want to do for you. What Commissioner Stebbins just said, to me, seems very appropriate for this level agreement about governance. Is again, gets to roles and responsibilities of commissioners in the advocating, in the, in that piece of it, which I think you have covered in some other sections, but I don't mind seeing like drawn out for this particular one. So that's kind of my reaction.
Could I just,
Thank you.
Chair, I just want to get back to how your team felt singled out or targeted, because we're talking about a lot of, the reason we're here is because of interactions and because of misconceptions and because of the open meeting law and all those other things. But why did they feel singled out? Because it feels to me that this is just trying to sort of clarify a process. Can you just sort of,
So they felt singled out because there's a whole section here that says budget development and then goes through appearing to that group, ignoring everything, every other briefing, policy, material that they put together and tried to present and rewrites it. That's the appearance.
Yeah,
And I
nobody
understand
presented that to us. That's
Yeah.
us. Nobody presented that to us early on.
Yeah, and it's, well, we did present it in the orientation. And so we can take as positive
Yeah,
feedback.
but here, yeah,
Okay, that didn't work.
Yeah.
So we'll change the orientation.
yeah.
Let's not change the budget. So there was an element also of seeing there's a big header. It says like, I have to look at it and see it. So it's like a big header of, budget. There's no big header that says opening the mail. There's no big header that says,
License.
license onboarding. So I can tell you, you can disagree with the feeling and that, because I know you guys had a different intent and Susan explained that.
Got it, got it.
It doesn't change how people went down.
Yeah.
I work kind of trained investigators. I come in here, I bust my butt, I work really hard, I'm trying to tell them all about this. And this is it.
And
They
you're saying that-
micromanage my job. That's all. I mean,
so
it's
it was
just-
kind of put them in a disregard.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's a
Yeah.
communication, like, what I think you see a lot of times where people received something in a way that it was completely not intended. And I think that's kind of the shock around the table. And I hope you can tell your teams that because it clearly wasn't an intention to micromanage. It was really educational. And so I think, yeah, it's a little confusing for us because we were working so much on that. Yes, Commissioner.
Not play devil's advocate, but under the secretary, for me, it was laid out.
You should feel singled out. Now, the idea there is that, again, that's at the commission level.
Yeah.
And as a lot of the staff understand this agreement, is that this is supposed to be a governance agreement between the positions of the commissioners, the commission, the executive director. So it gets to, now you get down into staff level, but direction to what month at times we're supposed to do our job.
I guess I wanted to finish, I didn't finish, but, so my roles and responsibilities were laid out in this document. As treasurer, her roles and responsibilities. Are you adverse to your roles and responsibilities being laid out? Like,
Yes, because this is a governance agreement between the executive director and the commissioners. My roles and responsibilities are laid out in my job description. And the executive director has to hold me accountable to those. The CFIO, the CTIO, the CPO.
And Commissioner Roy, that doesn't exist for the secretary or treasurer because
there's no other
we
place.
worked with just a statutory paragraph and articulated, the secretary and the treasurer at the time both kind of drew out from that paragraph what they wanted or what they believed the proper roles were.
Can I just build off something? Is that okay, Alyssa? Um, When I hear Alyssa say something like that, I think you're absolutely right. But I think one of the things I'm wrestling with is some of this is bringing about clarity in terms of what the expectations are for me in my role. And I value that. I'm not sure if this is the right mechanism, but I really appreciate the clarity, because, we have so much going on and we have different people that we're answering to and sometimes it's not completely clear what direction, Sean is, I'm not talking about Sean. Sean's great to work with where I think he understands we raise things when we have disagreements, we talk them through, we figure it out. But just the commission and as a whole and some of these projects, sometimes, it's things evolve and that could be a source of a lack of clarity as we start out in one place and it moves to another place. So,
I'm gonna bring us back to the budget.
yeah.
And what I want to do is ask the commissioners, is there anyone that doesn't want to just cite the SOP? Is there anyone who would want more than that? So if we just build out the that first paragraph, because then we can just move on, right? So let's just do that. That makes the document a lot shorter.
This was really helpful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does the SOP have all of this language? Like I'd have to read.
So I sent it to you, you got it, but
Yeah.
it's not complete because it doesn't mention
That's-
the treasurer.
Right.
But what Alyssa said, that one of their 2023 goals is to revise it.
Robust.
Yeah.
And so do you do that with input from the treasurer and?
The goal that, as I received it from your January 2020 meeting, is from this agreement, I must write SOPs that reflect this agreement.
Yeah.
So yes, I would take that SOP as it is, send it around to everybody, get input, do the editing, add rules from this agreement, that weren't there before.
Alyssa, I hope that you also can take back this matrix of message of sort of the not ill intentions, but also I think it's also good for us to hear because we've been in here on,
Right.
and maybe it's coming out of the document, right? So I think it's just very, very helpful to hear, thank you, like, the honesty, sorry.
No, I appreciate you guys listening and being willing to consider it. That will go a long way, just to making people feel like, yeah, you value them. their hours.
Thank you. Which brings us to the next targeted group.
Yeah, we can't use
Press
that word.
media and external engagement. So again, this section has been.
Page are we on?
I'm sorry, it's the bottom of page 13. I'm jumping around because I wanted to. 13. Yeah, the title is Press Media and External
Page
Engagement.
13.
Our favorite topic.
Yeah. Cedric, do you want to open up the discussion
I would love
on
to.
this?
And I think coming off of that discussion is a good place to open this one up because it was a lot of the similar feedback. And I think, even taking a step back before the precise feedback, I think one of the things that my group is focused on is how can this document support the way we collaborate with commissioners, the way we collaborate with other teams in a manner that really supports and empowers them, understands and appreciates and pushes forward Commissioner ED priorities, and just really develops an agency where we are effective in doing the Commonwealth's work. And based on that initial reaction I got from them in the document, at times they affirmed things that I was already feeling about this section of the document. Other times they enlightened me to do pieces where even I was a bit too far removed to understand the impact on them. And so in that, there's some imperfect language additions they offer because they're working under a tight time pressure to try to articulate and flip the challenges back. And there's times where there's language offered, but the reality is we think the clause shouldn't even exist in the document because we're now getting to that point of micromanagement. We're getting to that point of examples and people's perspective of that example driving what we're embedding in this document. And so it's also creating challenges to how the operations work, how they can effectively do their work. And the way they see it is this section kind of goes through very broad concepts and then focuses on a specific concept. The way they're interpreting that is intended to give a commissioner flexibility to bully their way on this side of the charter here, and then hold us accountable for their interpretation here. And that may not be the intention, but Christine spoke to about the past of the agency. I don't think it's just the past of the agency. I think we have real live examples today that drive how they perceive this document, drive how they perceive their work, their interactions with commissioners and other departments and the executive director and myself. And if we want to get that buy-in, it's one thing if we get 6 signatures on this document. It's another thing if we have their buy-in, their support for this to reflect the work they do. And I just don't think the document gets us there right now. I'm hopeful that we can get it to a place. But I do think, to Yao Jibi's point earlier, when he offered the staff, I think to get there, there needs to be a little more staff engagement on this process. And I don't think it's there today. And that's really the high level piece I have before we go into the detailed pieces.
It makes me curious, like, how would you describe a healthy organization with
Sure.
regard to commissioners interacting with communications staff?
Yeah. I think the healthiest place we can get to is one where we're identifying strategies for how we operate, how we manage external communications. And those strategies live in strategy documents or SOPs or other policy memos. And then in this document, we're talking about high-level expectations for how those interactions are planned, instead of these very specific, detailed directions on how to manage the work. Because those documents tend to have the executive director's perspective, have the subject matter expertise of the staff, including that subject matter expertise includes what our various commissioners are interested in, how they want to show up, where is their expertise, how can they lend to the external conversation. And then we are able to say, all right, this now is how we are going to pitch this to a commissioner or the executive director or some other leadership member. This is the type of external communications, public awareness campaigns that we're going to develop. Here's what the tone of our press releases are, and allows the staff, which sits with, practice today, to use their expertise to develop press releases, to develop these various external communication tools without slowing it down by needing commissioner engagement on each and every piece of it that oftentimes is in direct conflict with each other. And so if I'm working if my staff are working on a press release with a commissioner, what do the other 4 say about it? And how do they perceive our influence, that commissioner's influence into our work? How do we ensure it balances the whole commission's perspective if we have a rival partner who has the same perspective?
Reflecting on what I read the second time through and having listened to my group, when I read the second time through the communication section, it appeared to me as if that section was drafted in some ways in reaction to a negative example. I think when we talk about culture and we talk about building SOPs and what we can do is but I also see public sector do this a lot. We build a lot of stuff based on a negative example instead of saying what went well. Like, where was an example where we operated and we aspire to repeat that experience? I think if we go to, okay, what went well? When is the time we succeeded? Let's build on that. And I do think the place to build on that is, if I heard Cedric correctly, is with staff in an SOP, and in this collaborative environment with commissioners to build that rapport, build that culture, and build on. Let's pick an incident or incidents where we behave in the way we want to, and let's build our standard operating procedure around that.
And to kind of build off of that, though, I think that's where the rub can come in sometimes, because I think it's where perception of things going wrong, right? And that might be one commissioner's perception or all 5 or anything in between. And so when this document is being developed not to assume that it's been developed in that, but understanding the staff's perspective, their lens on this. If they think this is being built in that manner, that fashion, they're saying, okay, what about Commissioner X, Y, and Z who understood what we actually did there? And now if we take a different approach, we're harming them because we actually played it fair and equitable. But somebody who had a specific intention, agenda, or design outcome sees it very differently from their lens. And they have that example in their mind when they push for this insertion into the document. And then they hold the staff accountable for how they perceived it from their view. But there's potentially five other interpretations that we have to be responsive to. And in their sake, for their sake, 7 perceptions that they have to be responsive to, because I have my own interpretation of that.
And we got to remember that this document will be voted on by the commission, which
Yeah.
means it's a forever living document. So if the commission, for instance, is saying that, if this set of commissioners are saying that, whatever they believe is about, the operations department and the communications department, any of the departments, I'll just use these two because that's the current conversation. Remember, that's your market time,
Yeah.
but every successor commissioner lives with that because this is as you guys remember, I said the last meeting, the Magna Carta. Now, the advantage of going, and I do want to give my thank you to the commission and to the chair in terms of the tone of this meeting so far as being open to SOPs, because that's really evolution speaks to, those SOPs speaks to your reality and the times for today, which is different than successor commissioners, as well as successor leadership in terms of their times. And so it allows that, so that vision actually saying that there should be SOPs is what you want to leave for your successors.
Yeah.
And then the second piece, was a little bit more narrow, and for which I always owe operations to executive director and communications apology every day, which is that they are beholden to people who have to, most people want to know what's going on in my department.
Yeah.
So the budget people,
Yeah.
like May was mad at me last week because she's like, I gotta do my quarter reviews.
Every
Get your,
Yeah.
get your stuff in. I'm sorry, May. And then likely with Cedric, his team comes to us, and I mean cross teams, like, it's not, we're talking about the press, but it's the Hill with Matt, people, external agencies about various matters. I mean, it's really cross. So I'm literally talking to his cross team every day. Or our directors are talking to each other every day. It's like, that's a big part of their job. It's like, cause it never stops. So we spend, myself and Cedric at the directorship level, in terms of trying to support the commission and press releases, there are times that for a next day deadline, we're working 6, 7, 8, 9 o'clock in the evening. I don't know if the commissioners and the chair knows that we sometimes on certain matters spend hours to try to get it right or to try to get different kinds of input, stuff like that. Like, we are not flippant about it. Like, we spend hours and trying to, like, I'll shut my evening down just to try to be responsive. This is regularly. This is not like once in a while. Like, we don't go a week where that doesn't happen at least once. No one on comms is doing 37.5 because they're all working the evening, so
Thank you for that. It's really, really helpful. I want to turn to the commissioners and to Sean and ask kind of what they think of what they're hearing in terms of what should be in the document. Sean?
I guess I'll put this to the group, and I think it's more of a question directly for commissioners. I appreciate the inclination or comfort with deferring to a degree. I'm not saying there's an absolute difference here to SOPs. One of the questions I would pose, and this is for the group, is how do we ensure that there is proper commissioner eyes and access and input into those SOPs? Because what I don't want to do is, I think at this point, the access to SOPs is through the SOP library as far as the visibility, but in the development process. Because what I don't want to do is say, don't worry, we got it. We'll take that on.
Yeah, that's right.
And I think there needs to be and I guess if I can analogize it a little bit, and it kind of speaks to where I thought this project originated overall way back when, which was the sort of the city charter or equating it to a school committee superintendent in those capacities where this is what the authority of the school committee is, this is what the authority of the superintendent is. And we know that because that's what the governance charter says. But then when I was on the school committee and chaired the school committee, there was also a bit of a subcommittee that worked on, here's the policies that are the school district's policies. And in those documents, which we agreed to review with that periodic nature, we sat down with the school administration and said, this policy, we don't need to update it. And I know we have that built into our SOP process internally, but I think I can confidently say I don't think it adequately at this point, at least from a commissioner's standpoint. And I'm going to put myself in their shoes uncomfortably because I'm not in their shoes. But I think hearing them in this exercise throughout this entire ordeal, there's fairness to wanting that. And it's a combination of just simple visibility. I want to see it. And then secondly, though, is I'd like to contribute to it. And those are two separate asks. So.
But could I just hear from some of the other commissioners first?
I mean,
Yeah. I don't know. I can't advise you on what should be in here. Like, maybe we need to just step back and think about it offline.
And that was
a
the
little bit.
purpose of me
Yeah,
raising that
Yeah.
bullet point, so we could step back and re-examine this.
I know that other commissioners, or I don't know if other commissioners have any comments, but I'll just say this, my own opinion is, Alyssa, thank you again for bringing in let's look at this in a positive way. What have we done right? Because, that was right. Even though it was 20 minutes, but
I
it was
was
a good,
happy to do
no, I know, it was a great opportunity, like, fits perfect, boom, you did it, it was great, I'm sure, I'm like, that's a good situation, right? But to the flip side, what does it mean then in terms of return and all that, depending on capacity and all that? But I guess what I want to say is that I think we would lie to each other if we said that when it came to the communications process of this, we've had a lot of discussion. And we've had a lot of examples that we've used, even for myself, I'm gonna talk for myself, of things that have happened, whether didn't get support or did get support. So I'm just speaking for myself, but I think that what your staff might have picked up on is that we went very granular in communications. There's the pink elephant in the room. The chair had a bumpy ride when she came in here, right? Like, there's a lot, and not to put you out there, Chair, but it's the reality, right? Like, there's a lot of those conversations that happen, we closed a book on that. We're trying to all move forward. There's other incidents that have happened. I wanted to write an op-ed and, y'all didn't have the capacity to give me support. So then I kind of did it on my own, had to, all those things. Communication is a big part of this job, right? And there's a lot of inquiries and things, but this is just I'm really speaking from myself and from the heart, but also to be able to move this agency forward, is that we do have to take a step back, because there's a lot of examples that we used on this one, all of us did. And I think it's bleeding into this, and our team is very smart, and you guys are reading on emotions, and you guys are reading on energy and everything else, I gotta say it. So to me, it's like, I would love to take a step back to this and sort of think about it. And my recommendation would be, maybe creating a smaller subcommittee that thinks about it, and, Commissioner Moore, you always have great questions and examples and, in terms of some of this, because I feel like you've had some situations, we've all had it, right? So it's like, maybe it's someone like you with someone else, or however, and the chair, same thing. You have a lot of experience with this stuff as well. But I think we got to really figure this out, because it's not about Cedric, it's not about Alyssa, it's about none of us. It's about, how does this stuff actually work operationally, us understanding the other side. And when I say, last time I asked, where's HR? Why isn't HR at the table? We need HR at the table. We can't be writing staff policies, how to tiptoe around staff without the HR voice here, right? So I think that what we haven't been able to do, because it's just the nature of this, is that we haven't been able to do this, and we're trying to get this document done. So that's just my recommendation, because this stuff is really key, because it's going to continue to put us all in bad predicaments moving forward. And I actually like this job. I want to stay here.
Alyssa, you enjoyed it. Yeah.
Yeah, I wrote a couple notes based on, Sean, and I think maybe can play off of what you just said. When it comes to, so for a lot of these sections, like the budgeting process, the comms process, when we get to process, that's the P and SOP. But I do take the point of needing and wanting to have that positive report. And I think it's great when your bosses want to be involved in writing policies and SOPs. So I like maybe what you're saying, like, again, this agreement is about top level, how we do things. You guys already gave us the goal of then create policies and SOPs. We could do that with you, but my other brainstorm is a role maybe for the secretary and for the chair when it comes to the SOPs and the policies. We need to do an annual review. So perhaps the secretary works with me on that annual review. Perhaps it's the chair who maybe looks at it and says, because you don't want to review every policy. Seriously, we have an SOP on how to open the mail. Not worth your time. Worth a lot of staff time, but I don't think worth your time. But it might be worth, it's the chair or the secretary or some combination, or this is my brainstorm, that looks through the SOPs, maybe says what's missing, and sets some thresholds for the ones you guys care about. And maybe that's also with the executive director. But I was thinking just, again, in terms of roles, as a way to tackle it and not have to be involved in every SOP. But there are clearly some that are important and where I could see building a really positive relationship with our departments.
I think that's a good idea. My one thing is eliminating the ability for other commissioners to also engage and work on those SOPs as well.
Okay.
And I understand what you're saying, and it makes sense on paper, but the reality is there's going to be, other commissioners
Yeah.
who have their own
Yeah,
insights
sure.
and perspectives that might be useful.
But doesn't the same concept work?
Just, I was gonna get just.
I was thinking of that, and I think that could be a built-in process too, like anything. I was actually literally thinking that, so Commissioner.
Sounds like an SOP on preparing
SOP.
SOP.
We have one, I just have to update it.
She adjusted it because
Yeah,
he's been, Kristen's been just.
I just wanted to point out that this whole section is going against the culture that you're talking about, building the relationships with the people. It's actually going to divide you and
Yeah.
with the team that you need the most. So you don't want to do that. You just don't.
Right, so it sounds like we need to step back from this section and rethink it.
Can it's kind of building off of Alyssa's point, I invite, I think we'd take that step back, so I guess I'm agreeing with that substantially. One of the things I'd like to think through is the potential, the commission meets on a monthly basis in public. We can get into, I think, a good habit of doing routine administrative business
Yeah.
in addition to licensing activity.
Yes.
We'd
Right,
be
like
willing to do an extra.
We're like.
Yeah, we're all going to meetings a month, basically, is what we're saying.
Or a longer meeting where we can actually have, some of these conversations.
Yeah, but I'm thinking of, building out some of these, and some of it's, sure, it's boring, it might be dry, and it might be, the SOP and opening the mail. Okay, it's still an SOP though.
Yeah.
And so I think it's still therefore, there might be a commissioner someday who worked at the post office. Like, I don't know, but I don't want to preclude commissioners from
Our
having an
meetings,
opinion.
there are meetings too, right? So like, we're allowed to talk
That's
about whatever
exactly
we
right.
want. There are meetings. It's just, we've been really busy and the agenda is set and then at some point we're brain dead. So
And I think it also, though, properly allows for that delineation of thinking through, for instance, in my report, I make a recommendation. Here's 4 policies that are up for renewal. Thoughts, issues, questions, and if you are amenable, consent. So it's kind of like that advice consent aspect of,
I'd rather review SOPs and put conditions.
that's what-
Original licenses.
but if there's a good steady pace to it, it's routine business. And again, I'm not looking to bore you or the public or anybody, but this is also a function of an administrative agency that manages itself in a co-governance model. And I think it's healthy. I don't want to overuse the phrase, but it's hygiene. I think it's a good, just extra set of eyes. And also if there's during that meeting, I'm not looking for like the wordsmithing markup, but if there's I'm going to actually propose, can we table this and revisit it and go offline and scratch it up a little bit? Sure. But I think if we get into the right cycle of that, we can bring periodically, we don't have to dump the entire SOP library on the commission all at once. I think you can do little bites. And it might be a good, healthy way to, I think, gets the Commissioner Concepcion's point too, that I don't want to exclude anybody.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, of course.
Just food for thought.
And I echo Sean, but one of the things that I would ask is to ask, and this plays off Commissioner Concepcion, is that in terms of aspirational piece, meaning in short-term aspirational piece, which Sean just said that I think we should do, because I think we're at that maturation. But coming out of governance, another ask I would have, there are certain SOPs that seem to have more priority based on what's written here in governance. So my specific ask, Susan, would be that can we have developing subcommittees with commissioners, staff, because I had a specific ask in terms of I had staff participation, and then that those subcommittees in terms of this one refers to the chair and the commissioner's executive director, but report back so that all the commissioners can then have input from the subcommittees. I think another reason why I like that process and that it'd be part of the open meeting, because I think it goes to good government. Now the discussion is a transparent discussion that the public gets to see, and it sees both staff and commissioners working together. It sees that both staff and commissioners are identifying issues, and we recognize ourselves as regulators that we need to improve, and this gives the our legislatures, because stakeholders, that we know that we're still growing. We still know that we're trying to do things and we're having that discussion. Not commissioners have the discussion, but through this process, through our executive director, you're getting these SOPs, and then you get to talk to executive directors and say, hey, in that subcommittee, the chairwoman was in that subcommittee, or Commissioner Roy was in that subcommittee with the staff, right? It just looks like good government. It's more transparent. I know we all like that word,
And
transparency.
that's why I was thinking about the roles, because I know I can't meet with all five of you and have you, but they should be somewhere. That the other thing, just as you were talking, and I'm getting more and more in love with this idea. I do think I want to put in like maybe a little side comment, because that's where I'm taking notes. We probably couldn't realistically do that until 2024. 2023 is done by regulations.
Oh, yeah.
We're not sure.
I would ask you, like, probably, I would say though, if you're agreeing to like take out a couple of.
Party's over.
A couple of these things that are around the communications, around the budget, those I bet we could do in 2023, because they do, to me, feel, you guys spent energy and you did it for a reason. And it does, to Justin's point, can be reparative. I think if we can find time and schedules to do that, but I think for that larger SOP library review, I think realistically, as much as I want you to do it every day, because I love those documents, I think realistically, that's a 2024.
Because all of us in this room are going to be all hands on deck.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
As
That
are
was
you.
already in my mind.
Yeah, you guys,
I just, thank you. I want to just check in with the commissioners. Is this the direction that you want to go, where we take out some of the detail
I think it's a
and
great.
just put something in? I love the term co-governance, you know, that the, no, but I could imagine something that says
Christine said that.
the commissioners and the executive director and leadership and staff are committed to co-governance, and here's how it's going to, you know, and then we write something about this SOP process.
I liked,
Does that feel comfortable?
it does. I like, Sean, you talked about the way that we entered this room at the beginning. And, you know, thinking about this in terms of like, you know, how cities develop their charters and school committees. And I thought that was really helpful to bring us back to our intentions here, because we did get into the weeds. And I think it's more viable, it's a more viable charter. It's more useful, it's more, I think it's something that's more, that will be received in a better way as well, if we sort of take a step back from that. The other thing that was in my mind, this is just another thought, because I've just been listening. Commissioner Roy, in our last governance, you've made a really good point about if we're improving, or if we're doing something that's making us better, or if we're doing something that's actually doing the opposite and, you know, taking us down a even worse path, you know, culture-wise, morale-wise. And it was really helpful to hear from you all and understand how this was received by staff, and seeing that this, if done the wrong way, will be received in a way that creates the opposite of our intentions here. So I just wanted to say thank you. This has been really, really helpful, and I do agree. I think
And commissioner sessions, we get that all the time too. I just want to be fair to the chair and the commissioners, just so you guys know. Every day, my directors will come, I'll have a directive. And, you know, I have intent, and I really am innocent in my intent. And then my directors come and says, listen, I'm innocent. Yeah, but I'm like, I'm like, sometimes I'm mortified. And then I listen. And I say, this was my intent. Maybe I didn't even, like, sometimes I'm saying things just in the free flowing of my thinking. So I'm immediately humbled with that recognition, knowing that, okay, they're listening to my words exactly. I'm free flowing, not purposely, even when I have my notes set, that the way, and even if I get it out like exactly the way I want to, they're processing it differently. And so then I always end up asking, so like with you, just a commissioner session, well, here's what I'm trying to accomplish. First of all, is that workable? You know, because maybe there's no buy-in, so let's deal with that. If that's not the issue, that there's not a lack of buy-in one way to other, then how do we accomplish these goals if we think we can get there? And as soon as I ask that second question, I say, take it back. sort of like what Sean did with us in terms of chair, I guess you and Sean are talking about in terms of Bobby being hold up in the process, stuff like that. Sean came to me, I went there with a question to the team. I didn't try to devise a way of doing it. One, for buy-in purposes. Two, I'm pretty sure whatever I devise is not gonna work, right? I went back to do it, and they came back with something, and with the legal reason, that's the key, with the legal reason why we can do this, shoot, I was like good on multiple levels. And then you guys got something back that worked for you. So what is happening here happens every day. Sean does that with me every day. Like literally, that's what we do. So I just want to say that this process, if we can get this as our commission DNA.
Yeah.
And it's transparent, it's transparent modern government. So.
And
All right.
I did want to add one
Okay.
piece, Susan. I think when we
Sure.
get to that work, we're gonna have to delineate between approach on process and available capacity, right? And so in an ideal world, we would create an SOP and be able to say, this is how it will always work. I think there's a reality about staffing levels where, to the point of Commissioner Roy's question about 7.5, that's not our intention to be so, to create inflexible approaches to getting the work done. But there is a reality about the work going on and the nature of our work, where in competing with that 20-minute request is also 3 press inquiries, setting up a booth out in the field, working on a presentation that has to be provided by X, Y, or Z. And so, every year we have our budget discussions and we advocate for what we need as staffing level. That's not something that always gets accepted with our pitch. And so just as we're talking about this, as we're thinking about this, understand that every decision we make has a downline effect. Everything we invest in has a downline effect. Yao, myself, Alyssa, Sean were talking about value, how we value different teams, how we value different departments. Based on the requests that I know are coming in, there is a high value in this team, but not always this matching investment into it. And so I want that to be a reality of the discussions we have, that we can create an SOP, but we can't guarantee delivery of services under certain conditions.
I mean, I think what I hear you saying is creating expectations, appropriate expectations, and I think there are culture issues, right? There are relationship issues, and the thing that keeps coming to my mind is there might be a day where Commissioner Roy says, I got this in 20 minutes, can you help me? And someone's like, yeah, I can today, because today I can. And then the next day, Commissioner Concepcion calls and says, I need this in 20 minutes. And you're like, sorry. And then it's like, but you helped Commissioner Roy, So I think there's a lot of expectation setting about this.
Yes, and thank you for using the word flexible. And I guess, thank you for bringing up what I had said last meeting, because I said, is this document making us less toxic or more toxic, right?
Yeah.
And we want it all to make this less toxic, and how do we accomplish that? And I was flexible that day, right? Commissioner, Mr. Word's Journal, and he's on a 20-minute deadline, and I'm like, I stopped what I was doing. I said, no problem. I don't even know what the interview was about, but I winged it, right? So I winged it, right? And that's what Tara and I joked after. We did it on the fly. And so that's when my radar went up with the 7.5, because I did it on the fly. And to your point, maybe there'll be times where I need you guys on the fly, or you'll need them on the fly. And it can't happen all the time.
Absolutely.
And there'll be no's, but as long as we have room for some yeses.
And that's what we want.
And that's what we want, and for your team, we don't want to put an undue burden, but sometimes extenuating I emailed you on a holiday weekend, and you and I are emailing back and forth on President's Day, right?
I'm a worker.
He's a worker. What time was it? 9 at night, 9:30 at night? And Yao and I are going back and forth. Yeah, we were going back and forth on email, but that was an extenuating.
I was the audience.
So, that was an extenuating circumstance, right? We had an emergency arise. So I guess they
But
didn't.
Commissioner, to play off that, the reason why I think that worked, because there was example, and I can't remember what it was either, but, the last meeting, you and I had an example that flowed into that meeting. And since that meeting, you says, okay, that seems to work for,
Yeah.
enforcement, and you've been following that process.
Yeah.
And guess what? It's going to what Alyssa's saying, you take that.
Look at you,
good
Commissioner
example-
Roy, following the.
Seriously, you take that good example and then you duplicate it.
Yeah.
So you're,
It worked, right?
you're directing back to us. You're not reacting to the person.
No.
You're
Right.
sending, so all I'm trying to say is that we get criticized a lot, our team. And we need support of the commission to recognize in this really big regard on seriousness, is that we bring bad news to people.
Yeah.
And we need the commissioners to
And to
understand
us.
that rarely
Yeah.
are licensees or individual agents or principals gonna come to you and say something nice about the team.
Oh, I had
That's
40
not
of them.
true, yeah.
Oh, I had
exactly.
40 of
Or
them
the truth.
bringing the heat. I got last week and I stood up for you and your
Yeah.
team and they were
You did.
they were passionate or whatever word you want to use. They were energetic.
And guess what? And when you redirect to us, stuff like that, also, what's part two of that? You're gonna get treated similar to us too, and be
Yeah.
comfortable with that. In other words,
Right.
when I respond back to an attorney and I give them an answer, actually, this is one where the chair supported me. I wrote back to attorney and I literally laid out and put in the email, I am following what the FBI told me I better do.
Yeah.
I don't even have a choice here.
Right.
If you want to take with those people in Washington, do it. I'm not doing it. That attorney wrote back to me and says, you didn't give an answer. Or that advocate wrote back, says you didn't get, I haven't responded back to that because I can't respond back to that. But then
But that's
All right. We've gone a direction.
I think we have to keep with the good habits. The chairwoman
That's right.
emailed me and said, essentially, I support you. And I said, I, on behalf of the team, appreciate that support. And you know they're gonna keep complaining. In other words, I let the chairperson know, executive guys, this person's not gonna stop. And then what's gonna happen is, because it always happens to us, they may go to the press. They may do this.
Yeah.
We still need your support. Like, we can predict what the, or they go to their legislature and they give their side of the story.
Yeah.
So when you support us, this is also gonna be a recognition that they're gonna get mad at you in the bucket, right? At first it starts off just mad at us, they go to you for the appeal. If you support us, now they're gonna go to another appeal. So that's.
Right, Susan.
but-
Do people need a bio break or can we keep going?
Yes.
Bio break, okay, let's try and be 5 minutes. And then we're gonna move to accountability, which is the other big section for us.
Page 20.
Page 20, accountability checks and balances. And the first thing is, there was feedback that said there is no such thing called respectful workplace in the employee handbook, and I looked it up, and there's something called work environment that points to respectful. So I just made that say, including the respectful work environment and other elements outlined in the employee handbook. So minor change.
Yeah, I don't know where you are either.
Accountability.
20, page 20.
Page 20, do you have accountability checks and balances?
Oh, sorry, that title is on
Number-
page 19. Yeah.
Oh, it's on the previous.
So this is just a simple change on number 1. But let's go to number 5, because that's where the real questions are. So at the bottom of, at least at the bottom of my page, we have the chief people officer, and we all understand that there is no chief people officer now, so we'll deal with that. But not here. Will conduct an investigation of the factual basis of the complaint to determine an appropriate course of action, which may be progressive disciplinary measures in accordance with the employee handbook. So questions about that?
And I agree with everything that Christine said, and one of the things I just want to emphasize is your point. I think there's certain things that's outside of jurisdictions of any one of us, which is stated law, for instance, so I believe the handbook kind of identifies that, like, for instance, if other statutes are implicated, chapter 151B or stuff like that, those things that we got to be able to address it, and then each one of us in terms of word accountability. So I think that, again, this speaks to that if the public sees that we are holding ourselves from the commission down in terms of saying that we understand that not only that we have responsibilities in terms of our enabling statute, plurals now, in terms of various things that we do, as well as our statutes and our regulations, but that we also are committed to make sure that we're being modern, by saying.
I'm not questioning
Oh, okay.
that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, and this is what we went round and round about in maybe October, which is, and I see that, but I don't know how. So I just want some clarity there.
Again, back to feedback, questions, and so we'll get some follow-up
Yeah,
information.
That would be helpful.
You want the next question that,
Susan, can I just quickly, Justin, do you want to speak to her question? Because you might already have something to say here.
Well, when it comes to progressive discipline, it could mean multiple things. It doesn't necessarily mean like you're going to get suspended. It doesn't mean anything like that, but it could just be coaching. It could be a class or training or anything like that. That's what progressive
Mediation,
discipline is. Mediation, anything. Up until the point of termination, progressive discipline. So,
But that's what I'm saying, that
that's where things get different.
that's where things get sticky.
But I think
That's what I mean, is that's where we don't have clarity.
That part,
And progressive discipline works for everybody else in the way you've described it, but not for us. So that's how I just want to make
But I
sure.
think that was interesting what Christine said, that the point at which the appointing authority is notified
Right.
for removal is like the bar is here.
Right.
So.
It's not, it doesn't
So
go
what
to
about
them
everything?
first. It is one step process.
No,
Yeah.
but what happens for things that just
Yeah.
aren't relevant to the
Right.
appointing authority? And I think
And
that's
so
what
that
Christine
also
was
could mean,
pointing
like,
to.
going to the chair's concern as well, for us, employees, it does lead from coaching, training to termination to discipline. But maybe the way it works for commissioners is some of those same things, mediation, stuff like that. But then when HR says, okay, we got to let the appointing authority know, because you are their appointee and they have the right to know about certain things. So your discipline has a different track. They do all these different things. We're not going to the appointing authority of this, to the appointing
Yeah.
authority of that. But it rises to a level that HR does the analysis, as it goes to appointing authority. And I think by doing that, especially for your successors, that it just builds in the spirit of accountability for everybody.
Right.
Right? Because the appointing authorities are accountable to the public. They gotta run for elections. The public votes them out. We are accountable to the executive director because he gets to fire us. He's accountable to you because you get to fire him. So.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna move us to the question of in writing. So you see in C, Okay,
We're not deciding right now.
we're not deciding. But you have that feedback.
I think that, I'm sorry, you looked the other way, I don't know if I have, if you.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think we have what we need on that question, so I want to move to the
I
next
don't know if you
question.
put this in terms of discussion, but also I think that in terms of, how can I phrase this? The chair, and this is not with our chair or secretary, just to be clear, just talking about the positions in terms of responsibility, seems to be a lot of chair and secretary in terms of this kind of.
Right, so let me get to that.
Okay.
I'm not at that.
Okay.
Okay, and that's another point. So the first one is, the chair, executive director, general counsel will determine if other commissioners should be notified. And so that's Xed out with a note that says that's confidential, and Justin, maybe you can speak to that.
Yeah, I mean, just like with any complaint, confidentiality is the most important thing, and if you start breaching that confidentiality, the integrity of the investigation itself is going to be compromised, and all things like that. If Christine was being investigated, she wouldn't want everyone to know about it, and the same would apply to a commission. It's not appropriate to have that information.
Anyone have questions about that? About the need to keep that confidential? So what, hang on.
No, I do have a question. Is that in response to the way this is phrased now? Are you saying that there's someone listed here that should not be included?
Well, it says, general counsel will determine if other commissioners should be notified. They should be notified about any active
Got
investigation.
it. So that's in response to that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I give you just the legal standard?
I think we don't need it. I think everyone understands it. So
I don't think, let me just say,
Change the language to say case by case, because I agree with HR.
it seems better to just take it out.
Yeah,
Because then it's just not saying anything, and then if someone needs to be notified, yeah.
Is this an SOP?
We actually.
That was my second point, but I was gonna let it go
Are we
forward.
getting, I mean,
Yeah.
in fairness, if I'm in a
Yes.
commissioner's seat right now, like, this is granular. So if fair
Well,
is
we
fair.
grained it.
We graded it.
I think this is, that's what
We actually talked about.
Yeah, I think that's.
I think you're right.
No, but can I say, we grained it because we recognize this is sort of well, not completely, but somewhat uncharted territory and also lots of gaps between the statute and the regs and the practice. And so we were looking to, I think, solve this ourselves. So.
I'd like to
Because I don't think there is an SOP. for
Well,
this.
there is now.
Yeah.
See, that's
There
a
is
piece
an
for everything.
for
We started.
removal of.
Yeah, no, not for removal, but for.
So
I
what
think
what
there's-
this was an effort to do is, there was a statute that says when an appointing authority is notified and how an appointing authority, under what conditions an appointing authority could remove a commissioner. And so this was an effort to make the process
Yeah.
for how it gets to the appointing authority.
So
or
I
it
think
doesn't.
same thing applies here. To agree with Sean, like, once you talk about how, all the how gets taken out, shoved over to HR for an HR working group with commissioners and with GC and probably outside counsel on this one, because there is some complexity. the how becomes the standard operating procedure. I think the what and the agreement, that can be in the governance agreement. Like, I think, like Christine was saying, of like, nothing wrong with saying in a governance agreement, we are governed by the employee handbook. Or our behavior is governed by that or something like
I'm
that.
gonna try and get some feedback from the commissioners. What are your thoughts about basically removing the process for the investigation to get to the appointing authority? Thoughts?
And transferred it to an SOP.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be in the charter.
I'm gonna tell you, I think there's still a lack of clarity about what that process is and what.
The SOP process.
I don't know. I think this is one I'd like to put a pin in this and get a little time to sort of absorb and, maybe talk to Sean about a little.
I have a question that's it's a little further up, just a general question on this. Because it's reading as if we're stating that if there is any complaint lodged against a commissioner, that an investigation will follow.
That's how I heard it, and that seems extreme.
It does.
Justin, you should take that one.
He's got voluntold.
Well,
It went all the way to the beginning. If
So
you just read it through.
It definitely would be dependent on the situation.
So that's not how we are
Yeah,
framing
no,
it.
you're
We're
right.
saying that it will get referred to the chief people officer, and then the chief people officer will inform the commissioner that an investigation will be conducted. So it's no evaluation of the facts at hand.
No, you're right.
Right.
You're right.
It's leaping automatically
It's kind
to,
of like a weather threshold, like
Yeah.
whether an investigation should in fact occur.
yeah.
So what is that? What's the step that should happen? Place.
Based on the allegation or complaint, is there something in the employee handbook that potentially could have been violated? If so, then that's when the investigation.
or state law, or
Or
under
state
state
law.
law. Yeah.
It's more about policy violation.
But I also felt this is where you come in and making that determination.
Yeah,
So it's that in A, there should be something about, okay, it's referred to the chief people officer, and then the chief people officer will, evaluate. And then, so I think that's what's missing here.
Yeah.
And that's exactly.
I think determination will be made if there even needs to be an investigation.
Right, because otherwise,
There's no determination, it's just automatic.
Automatic.
investigation, Right?
And Commissioner Concepcion, that's exactly the reason why, so when chair, when you guys, because we're gone, right? This group is gone, when you guys meet again, hopefully that when you guys are using the word process, you think SOP. So every time you're using the word process, use the word and then says, okay, so if we're going to further develop this, it should be out of this document, because it's just like I was saying about ops in the press in terms of this living document. You put this out as your living document, people are not going to think well about the commission and then us as your staff.
well, see, I want to push back on that a little bit, because what this section is saying to the public, if there's a member of the public who's reading it, is that the commissioners have some accountability here, and
I
there's
do
a
think we should,
tool.
I do think we should do that.
Yeah.
But I was going specific to your specific point
Mhm.
where report lodge, it goes that fast train without the evaluation. You said that's how you read it. What if the public reads that?
Right, we're gonna add that in. I think the question of whether or not it's here is for a later discussion. I think that the chair has asked that we think about that, because they may want this in here. So what I want to do, given that, is keep going through the text. Because the next question is, some people think the chair/secretary, as the chair, if the chair is being investigated, should not be involved. And so I know we had a lot of conversations about that the concern that it not be just the executive director, just the administrative agency, and that's why we included the chair. But let's hear the reasoning behind it. Yes.
So I think one of the ways in which to look at an investigation, and I think the point about evaluation is there's almost like an initial investigation and a determination of was there a violation of state law?
or the employee handbook. And then there's probably consultation with counsel, outside counsel, obviously HR's leading that. I think until there's some sort of finding, I don't think the chair should be removed. I think that's not consistent with the chair's authority under the statute. So in other words, I think you need to have some independent basis that there's been some violation of the handbook. The mere fact of someone being investigated, I don't think should be enough to substitute the secretary in the chair's role, so.
The only reason for substituting the secretary for the chair is if the chair is being investigated.
But I'm saying the mere fact of being investigation to me in and of itself is not enough. I think there has to
Innocent
be
until
some
proven
sort
guilty.
of, what?
Innocent until proven guilty.
Allegations are
Innocent until proven guilty.
Yes, exactly.
I don't think I understand you
Yeah.
completely.
So I think if Justin makes a decision to commence an investigation and however he does that, he conducts it himself, delegates to staff, we engage somebody outside the commission. I think that process has to play itself out and there has to be a finding of either the violation of the handbook or state law in order for the chair to be sort of substituted by a secretary. In other words, I don't think the mere fact of being investigated should be enough.
Wait, I think you're not so this is saying the notice component, the chair is notified. We're not saying, are you saying that the chair?
No,
Further
so
down, we're
what-
further down.
What she's responding to is there's a sentence in C that gets repeated a whole lot of times, but in C, if the chair is the subject of the investigation, then the secretary is designated to act as the chair.
For notice, because that's how I read this, notice, because the first line says at the conclusion of the investigation, the chief people officer will notify the chair,
Got it.
executive director, general counsel. So
Because
the way
it's
this reads is for this section,
Right.
instead of the chair receiving notice, because the chair is the person, the secretary receives notice.
So let's qualify it then. So I take your point, but I thought it was almost like a substitution of the chair.
I understand what you're saying. I understand it.
So.
But
what's
that's also
the-
valid if that
yeah.
can be confused there
Well,
too.
Yeah, but so what's the, how do we qualify that?
Let's see.
There's a language there too that's different than what.
Yeah.
Commissioner Concepcion just said.
Is it, if, I'm wordsmithing, so I apologize, I'm doing it on the fly. If the chair is the subject of the investigation, the secretary is designated to act as chair pursuant to this paragraph.
Or is
Or the
designated to
secretary is
receive
notified.
notice or
Is
something.
notified.
Wait, but does that, again,
There's another thing you have to also think about, depending on the situation.
Yeah.
There may be instances where you may have to put someone out on administrative leave or talk to the appointing authority to tell them to put them out on leave or ask them to, because of whatever the allegation is that may be severe enough to put people out until the investigation is complete. That has happened.
And I think if I can just kind of hone in on the reason for, I mean, I think I don't want to take for granted this. I want to make sure we're all talking on the same script here,
yeah, can we,
which is
clarify?
basically in the event that there's an investigation into any commissioner, there is going to be some involvement. And again, the way paragraph C reads is that at the conclusion of that investigation, the chair will be looped in to the existence of that investigation and obviously the findings of that investigation. In her capacity, I'll use her in this example, given her capacity as chair, in one, which is exercising general oversight of the commission. But if in the event that that is the individual that is subject to it, because I think what we're trying to accomplish here is that it's not some administrative staff alone working here, that there needs to be some degree of commissioner engagement or awareness. And that's what I think we're trying to say is if there's 4 people that are not the chair, then the chair is involved. If there's one individual, which is the chair, then who's the other commissioner? That is
The reason why we said the secretary is, we said earlier on that the chair designates someone
Secretary.
to act in place of the chair. And if the chair hasn't designated someone, the fallback is and I think.
That's a little
I
bit
think-
different here though, because
But
that is in the public meeting setting and,
But I think what we wanted to do was say, in case the chair hasn't designated anyone. And in the case of, let's say, a chair is being investigated, that there's already someone designated.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
That it's just because we've gone through a lot of information during
Right.
these different governance cycles.
Yeah.
We are the notice to the chair is due to statute, or is there another reason or utility for that notice that?
My recollection, whatever it's worth, and it's purely recollection, is when making that determination about what and when it gets escalated. That there was a strong desire that it not be me in isolation making that determination, that there be some other consultation that occurs
Right.
that basically tests that threshold of, does this trigger? And I respect that. I think there should be a general basis of
Thank you.
check.
Thank you. I
Like
just
check and
needed
balance.
a refresher.
Check and
Yeah,
balance.
we had a long.
I remember that.
conversation about
Yeah.
I remember that.
And I, for one, am grateful for that too. I think there should
Yeah.
be
Mhm.
just a test.
Yes.
So I wanted to understand, was conflict or perceived conflict of interest discussed in this? Because one of the things that I'm thinking through is where there are two specific commissioners, and it's going to be them for the term of 1 year at any given time. Does that create a conflict where they then have to create, maybe unintentionally or intentionally, a symbiotic relationship where they're protecting each other? Because the treasurer knows that if the chair is the person who's making that decision about them, they're incentivized to make favorable decisions when the order's when it's flipped. So if there needs to be two commissioners involved or multiple commissioners involved, I'm worried that the mechanism of having two specific people will create an inherent conflict of interest every single time.
So it's not two commissioners, it's only going to be one commissioner. It's always
No.
the chair,
I'm saying it's one of two,
Right.
the chair or the treasurer.
and then it's also the executive director. But Christie?
So Cedric, I'm not sure if this is going to totally address your concern. So by law, if there's an appearance of conflict, or if there's an actual conflict, they have to recuse themselves. If there's an appearance of conflict, they can file a disclosure, not with us, their appointing authorities. And the appointing authority sort of has to accept or decide whether to accept it in a way. So I think each commissioner would have their own obligation to make that assessment, consult the State Ethics Commission, perhaps me on the code, and their appointing authorities, and make that determination as to whether they participate.
I don't think that's what I either. I
Well,
think
he
you're talking
raised
about
conflict, yeah.
objectivity. You're thinking about.
So
not
now,
ethics.
if I'm the chair and I have the treasurer comes before.
Secretary,
I'm sorry,
secretary.
the secretary comes
Yeah.
before me. If I make a decision that's the fair, equitable, honorable thing to do, the secretary may hold that. And then when in the future, if I come up for a similar matter, that secretary may take action that's not fair and equitable because they want to quote unquote get back. And just that fear can create an inherent conflict of interest. When
That's-
only two.
It's the phrase he's
designations.
using.
Yeah, it's.
Christine's been a lawyer.
Yeah. No,
I think it applies here too, though.
But I don't think he's using it in the literal
I know,
conflict of
I know.
Yeah,
interest.
the way I'm interpreting it and the way I read this section, and that's why I think it's better to do it in an SOP and have someone who just did the whole investigations course look at it, is, in my language, it's internal controls. As I read this section, this is a closed system of controls, and it can create an appearance of quid pro quo, horse trading, because you have a closed system of controls here.
But because it's the commissioner, either the chair or the secretary, and the executive director making the decisions, and if they disagree, you bring in a third outside counsel.
Yeah. That's,
Right.
that's not what I'm seeing.
I would understand.
That's what it says. If you
They may need the order, but
Chair,
I
you have some
wasn't.
thoughts?
So
I'm
no,
here.
for-
Chair, what do you
for-
think?
for-
Chair's having too much. I
No,
thought
no,
this was
no,
a lot
no,
of, I'm just saying, this is also, like, I think we probably need to kind of, I think that we've gotten a lot of really good input from the senior staff. I think that this is now something that we have to kind of grapple with as commissioners.
I think
That's basically right.
yeah, agreed.
That's a good point, though.
It may be the order that I'm reading it in. But
No, that's.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at H, it says the chair and the executive director will decide whether or not to notify the appointing authorities. If the chair and executive director disagree on the decision to notify the appointing authorities, outside employment counsel will review the results of the investigation and serve as a
And
third
yeah.
vote in the decision
When you
concerning.
guys take it offline, I would just say to take a look at that, because I think I just heard Cedric make the point that executive director the chair can exert a lot of influence over the executive director. And so again, the order, and I just think, I agree with you, take it offline, look at it from that control perspective.
But again, just as you want to keep sort of your authority with your
Yeah,
team, and we're not assuming you're exerting any undue influence on your staff, I think you have to sort of leave that to
And that's why I'm
the
saying take it
commissioners. to-
offline.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fair, and Chair, I hear you,
Yeah.
I hear you, and I think this is again because of the past,
Mhm.
right? And I think, I hope none of us are horse trading to this point, right? But we're having the conversation because there has been stuff that's happened here
We use
before.
the word horse trading on a lot of different occasions.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying is that this is like, this is so
Yeah, well, I'm
reflexive.
just, yeah,
that-
that's my point, that's my point,
Yeah,
is that
yeah.
it is real, and to your point, yeah, let's
No,
talk
you're- I
about it,
agree,
but
I
it
agree.
is real.
And I think we should
Can I
take
make a
Yeah,
suggestion?
yeah, I got you. yeah.
So my husband runs a state agency and they have a personnel committee of a number of people. And so I would suggest that you create a personnel committee and they get to decide. It could be 3 commissioners, something like that, but
The confidentiality piece of that,
I know, but it's, again, need to know.
you just violated your own principle.
Need to know.
Are those, the people they're evaluating, are they appointed?
They're appointed by the governor. They're commissioners.
One note I will say, it's not first of going to your direction, but, it is helpful to have fresh eyes on this.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It is
And that's-
very helpful.
Yeah, no, we appreciate it.
That's
Yeah.
my only observation is how it could read.
Okay.
I'm very happy to have you guys. read.
So I do this, I know we're gonna take this off online, but I just want to make sure that the commissioners understand the feedback as we continue going through it. So if you can turn to K. What was missing was how the appointing authority would be notified. So that's what K is added for. No, sorry, that's it. I'm one ahead of myself. On I, if there is a decision to notify, a written notification, including results of the investigation, will be provided to the appointing authorities.
The same advice.
So you do, I'm saying in action, in practice, are regular employees given written notification? And if so, at what point are they given notification?
Unfortunately not.
They're not.
Just took the training and she taught the MCAT training for numbers of years. And I think we've actually, the law firm that we used to hire her, they've used her many times and she said the exact same thing.
That we don't give employees notice, we just say goodbye.
No,
We
it's
don't
not.
give the
we give
results
them
of the
notice, but
investigation.
We don't give written notice. Is it, yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry, hold on. Is it a lot? Say it again, just.
You don't give them the investigation report. You give them notice of what was the violation and why you're doing it.
I think part of the question is specifically in writing, or does it, are they,
That's
that's
what I'm-
not saying it must
That's
be
what I'm
oral.
thinking. That's what everyone is talking about, really. It's like we're beating around the bush. We're talking about lawsuits. I understand that we don't want, the agency doesn't want to be sued, but I don't really.
Yeah.
There are two parts here. One is, because I thought I just heard you saying something different. Could there be written notification, but not the results of the investigation? Is that?
I would provide a termination letter. That would be the notification.
But what if you think that the investigation was poorly run and poorly executed?
That's why you hire an outside, or in most cases, in the commissioner's case, depending on the situation, and the level, I would say that an outside investigator would be involved in such a thing. And, well, I'm sorry, what was your question again?
You stated, you did it better than I did.
I'm driving myself a little crazy now. I've gone through so many different things.
So
I'm
the
like,
objectivity, they have the objectivity for the investigator is, and they have the experience and that they've done it before, and they can show that they've done investigations, that would be.
But isn't our appointing authorities, aren't they privy to the investigation and the facts of the investigation? No, they're not.
Well, they have,
They are, they're not, they wouldn't get the whole details of the investigation. Is that what you're saying?
Case by case.
So for removal, just to be clear. on
Just for
this,
removal, yeah.
The way the statute reads as far as removal is that the commissioner would be confronted with the rationale, the basis. So again, that basis is statutory. And then be provided with an opportunity to be heard prior. So this is just removal on a commit. That's the law as far as, and that, I want to be clear though, is not employment law. That is specific to the Cannabis Control Commission and the process for removal. So it's unique in the dynamic of appointing authority vis-a-vis their appointee. So what's really bizarre about that from just a pure practical standpoint, and not to single commissioners out, but Commissioners Stebbins and Camargo, you have 3 appointing authorities.
Right.
Your opportunity to be heard is basically a tribunal, which is just, it blows my mind. But that's the practical dynamic of, that's specific to removal, just to be clear. And in the kind of day-to-day employment side, I would just say, Justin, the question I think the chair was posing was primarily how would you therefore dispute the findings of an investigation? What is the exercise to do that? But then related to that too, the process or the vehicle or the pathway to termination for any employee it varies. It could be performance-based that is precluded or preceded, by a performance improvement plan. But it also might be a specific act or specific behavior-based that lends itself to an investigation. The closure of that investigation says, based on the findings, you're hereby being terminated. What that I think respects is that in the normal context, all of our employees are employees at will. And so I think that's where the basis and the for cause aspect is the threshold that you're an employee at will. So not commissioners, to be clear.
Yeah, we're very.
You are not employees at will, you are appointees in public.
Stebbins, do you have any thought on anything gaming commission related? I'm just curious. This is very complicated. We probably have to come back to it.
Lawyer, so take all of that with that molecule of salt.
No pressure. I'm just curious, but I feel like we have to come back to this. But
I'll have to come out. I
no, okay.
wasn't confronted with anything like this.
I just want to ask if for 6 and 7, I know we're gonna move off of this, but 6 and 7 is complaint or allegation against the executive director or a staff member. Do you want to include those? Do you have thoughts of, that was feedback that we got, that why, if this is about accountability for the commissioners, shouldn't there be something about accountability for the executive director and everyone else?
We did talk about this before, I mean, but this is also weird, your employer. So, we have the chief people officer, but is there a role for the chair or a commissioner to be here? And I maybe want your thinking on something like that.
I think that's entirely appropriate. What I would say at that point is, if I'm the subject to it, it should follow a process that includes, I have appointing authorities as well, and they
Right.
should be included in that,
So we need to wordsmith that.
for sure. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Again, we talked about this.
Okay, and is it necessary to include number 7?
Well, we're all on the hot seat.
Okay,
So one other, under
I'm just being
I,
honest.
under I,
Yes.
when the decision to notify the appointing authorities, that's provided with a written notification. And it's not, so you're saying the results of sorry, Justin, I'm looking at you. The results of the investigation, is that an issue with the investigation itself, the way that it was carried out? So I'm wondering if we can
right, the
receive,
findings.
right,
You're
if-
saying it's the
can
findings,
commissioners receive that same information at I that is being delivered to the appointing authority?
Okay,
Okay. So I'm gonna ask you to move to structural mechanisms on page 11.
Yeah, say it later.
I don't plan on doing anything to hit myself. Sorry, just FYI.
They'll finally catch both of you, so the boys can't.
I'm like, that was.
Well, I'm gonna buy some for my horse.
Thanks.
All right, so structural mechanisms, page 11. Number 1 reads, a commissioner, leadership, or staff may prepare and submit a draft project charter. And the feedback was, can staff directly propose a project? Because that's the way it's written. Or might that have to be vetted through their supervisor or through commission boards?
It wouldn't need to be vetted through Commission Voices. Commission Voices is a diversity, equity, and inclusion group. Its purpose and charter is to look at internal diversity, equity, and inclusion.
So the feedback was, wow, this is an interesting idea. Isn't it great to give staff people an opportunity to introduce a project that they may have an idea about? But so then,
Introduced to whom? Because the answer is sort of yes.
because the project charter is sent to the executive director. So that was the question, can a staff person who has an idea draft a project charter and give it directly to the executive director for review? Or should a staff person have to go through their chain of command?
It feels like we're veering from the
Yeah.
header here. This is for how do commissioners and staff work together? We're
Yeah.
saying that work project charters are that vehicle.
Right.
And now we're talking about staff
Yeah.
proposing a charter for staff work
No, wrong place.
that may or may not include commissioners.
So this is how we talked about it, that anybody can produce a charter. Anybody can present a draft charter.
Which is
So
true, but
that's-
then I guess what I'm saying then is change your header. Because it's no longer joint commissioner and
Yeah,
commission staff.
And Susan, by putting it in the governor's document that you're forever
Is
creating
there an SOP for
as
this?
Commission Voices as a standing,
Yeah.
as a standing.
Okay,
group, that'd be-
so I heard that that's
Sean
not,
says there's an SOP for this.
Yeah.
There's an SOP on
So
SOP.
let's,
There's a charter, there's a.
so do you want to take out this whole
Yes.
section?
yes.
The whole charter section? Or just,
No, no, no.
But just a question.
just the
Why-
question,
Well,
just the staff?
So hold on. This
The,
will,
the question is, in number 1, should staff be able to write a draft charter and give it to Sean?
yeah, why is that even here? That's a staff thing.
That's,
Okay.
I guess that's.
So
what-
so the answer is that comes out.
And it's, staff is
Right.
under you.
But are we clarifying an area where we had some lack of clarity about how we set up project work groups? I mean, I think that a staff could propose, you can always say no,
That's exactly.
right? So, but I think that to me, it's not saying they may, who may or may not, it's you're gonna have, to me, how I read that is whoever proposes it, you decide. That's how I see it. And if it's a commission priority, then we will have voted on something and maybe somebody comes up with an idea that none of us have thought about. So I can keep this or, leave it out, but what are we trying to get at here is what I'm.
We're number 1.
Well, in this whole section is what are we trying to fix, address,
The
clarify?
whole section was.
Project charter.
I remember this
Yeah.
because we were talking about working groups and how they were.
What does that SOP
constructed.
say?
But you're right, that if there's an SOP to this,
What does it
then
say?
this was a part of our early conversations where we just wanted to understand and we got really descriptive and broke down the entire process here because we didn't all have a.
But let's
common
remember
understanding of
that this
it.
one was a big one of us making sure that we understand the project charter, process. Yes, I'm sorry. I just went to external and internal project charters in my head.
Right, there were
It
some
is a
things
big
that
one.
were
It
clarified.
was a big part of
Just
our
checking
conversation.
because we want to know exactly
Well,
what.
it seemed also that one of the conflicts that you were addressing in this charter was how do commissioners access staff resources?
That's cool.
And so
Yeah.
that's why we came up with this, to make it very clear about that.
And I think more specifically too, it wasn't just the access, it was the, how can I guess, and again, when I say I guess I'm putting myself in a commissioner's vantage point or from that seat is, how do I not only access that, but how do I kind of take on a project? How do I
Right.
access them in pursuit of something? I have an idea, I'd like to pull a team together. How do I do that without being disruptive or just organically going and saying, you, and you, you're with me now?
Right.
How do I, without managing staff, how do I get access to staff? And knowing that that's been a
Right.
tension point
Right.
historically. And I think what we decided on was these project charters seem to be a vehicle where
Right.
everybody, and I think we demystified that a little bit in our conversations. But then by embedding it here, I guess what I'm saying is, I think is important, that expectation is set in this document. To what degree, like, I don't think we need to get so granular, we're saying that the staff can do that too. Of course they can. This is specific though to how do commissioners and staff interact.
So it sounds like Commissioner Stevitt.
Yeah, just to kind of pick up on that point. I think we've all understood where the progression of this came from and how we included it, but now finding we have the world of SOPs, and that process for this is built in, but going back to an earlier point, let's flip this one on its head of, we have the opportunities to engage with staff and staff resources following the project charter process. End of sentence.
Yeah.
I do think though there is some utility in having staff reference here. And that again goes back to some of our earlier conversations. You know, coming into this as a new commissioner, what do you want to know about how this agency functions? I think it's helpful and useful for commissioners to understand that we're not the only people who are able to initiate or have working groups, and that staff have their own separate working groups as well that don't include us. So I'm just saying, like, to still have that reference there,
Yeah.
the staff being involved in creating that, it creates an awareness for commissioners if they don't otherwise understand that or know it. And that's, you know, we learned from sitting here all, you know, for several months now, that there are certain things that we just did not know. We learned just from trial and error. And if it's just there to begin with, it takes away that guesswork.
And I know Alyssa has her hand up.
Okay.
Because this is for you, maybe it's in your comment, but you said there's an SOP for this.
And that's what I was thinking is that at this point, since you guys have had the discussion, have the understanding, you could have this section be points 1 and 2 and delete everything else. Because from 3 below is covered in an SOP. And as to your point about staff, point 1 says a commissioner, leadership, or staff may prepare and submit a draft. So it covers that.
No, I know it does, but the
Okay.
conversation was about whether or not
Vetting
to have staff listed with
Okay.
commissioner focus.
I think
thing. So
points, I think points 1 and 2 make sense.
Mhm.
I
I think
would,
number 7 is still important.
and maybe
I
3.
think number 7 is important too, and if I could just add.
Yeah.
Chair and commissioners. Especially, I say this to chair and commissioner exception of lawyers, that we all know the joke that every rule has an exception. So there are certain things that we want to SOP because it should be SOP in terms of process. And there's certain things going to what Sean is saying that is really important. You want to stick on your future successors.
Yeah.
And I think that the charter process, we were such a confusion at the beginning, and we developed the charter process. We're open. We know who we are, CCC in that regard. Let's create some kind of stability and leave the charter process as the high-end process for commissioners and particularly future, because you guys now know you can use the charter process to do initiatives after the regulations. But new commissioners wouldn't know that, so leave that there.
Absolutely.
So they can read it and know that the way to access, to get to staff and do the things they want to do, then everything take on is through the charter process. And then for the staff, it's not a disruption because we're already used to that being the process. So I want to echo Sean, but underlying what you were saying, Commissioner Sean.
All right.
Can I ask Alyssa just a quick stupid question? Is there a repository of charters so people can see?
Item 10,
Okay,
project charters are posted to a central repository.
okay, thank you.
If I can, one of the things that I think that you had raised earlier in number 7, you know, you have the executive director does not approve the charter in consultation with the chair and in accordance with open meeting law will work with the project lead to develop alternative strategies. One of the things that I do think is important because I think that the chair should be the champion for commissioners who are trying to, you know, get staff resources and otherwise. You know, I do think that threaded throughout this needs to be, what I perceive as the role of the chair in statute, managing the commission, and we've determined it commissioners, that the chair be the advocate for individual commissioners. And that sometimes when the answer may be no, I don't have the resources for you, that the commissioner be the person who goes to the executive director and says, there may be a static no answer right now, but I want you to go and talk to whatever members of the staff and say, these may be what you have in priorities right now, but here's a new priority. And that I think is very important for us to feel a sense of comfort that just because we're going in one direction, we're doing this, that Sean always has the ability to say, nope, you have that priority right now, but I'm telling you that today, the priority has changed. Today, this is how we implement what the commissioners, are trying to get done based on policy. So I just want to make sure that that throughout here, the chair does remain the sort of advocate for fellow commissioners, in not only in terms of helping you make sure that the resources are properly, leveraged, but also that you, in a time where maybe there is a commissioner saying, I really need this right now, that you get to overrule and you get to make that determination.
Okay. Legislative and executive branch. Bottom of page 12 in my copy. Number 1 is just a clarification, I think. I think we talked about that. Number 6 was suggested and multiple people didn't want it in there. So I think, Christine, that was your suggestion. So maybe.
I'm sorry, Susan, give me page number.
Page 13,
Okay.
number 6.
Okay, hold on a second,
Why
sorry.
is it red or blue on your page?
It's red or blue struck through. It reads, if a legislative topic is related to the commission's governing laws, the general counsel, chief of investigations and enforcement, and appropriate leadership on related matters will be consulted to assess the impacts of such proposed changes.
Yeah, I guess it's just me trying to avoid a situation where somebody might do some outreach on something that could have some impact on either how we're currently governed or how we are implementing our laws, and they would go into that without that knowledge. So it would just be in some ways, get the background, not that we would have any kind of veto authority, but just understand the context for what you're asking about.
And so a lot of that support happens through Matt Giancola's team. And oftentimes commissioners are looking for quick engagements that happen on short notice. We need to remain nimble there. And Matt is extremely diligent in managing those conversations with commissioners. If there's something that's leading to legal interpretation, hitting pause, sending it offline, open the GCA. In order to really maintain the effectiveness, we can't layer on additional and unnecessary components to that one.
Commissioners have any other questions about that?
I don't, the way this reads, in reality, the bulk of our legislative outreach is in relation to our governing laws. That's just the reality of it. So what we're essentially saying is that for each time we are, utilizing this, we then have to go through the GC and the chief investigations and enforcement. The way that it reads to me, and so now I'm reading this, I'll give you my reaction to it, and the mood that it gives is that there's a lack of faith then on me and my ability to already do that outreach and consult with the team here and to consult the appropriate bodies within the commission itself. And I do work with Matt. I think we all work with other, we're not doing this unilaterally, tongue-tied, but it just reads as a lack of faith and the ability to do the background work.
I'll just be honest, sometimes I'm hearing about things sideways. I think by and large, Matt and his team are doing a great job. I'm not always hearing about things until after they're further along. And, I don't, put it this way, is the legislature going to change our governing laws again anytime soon? After chapter 180? I don't know.
Right.
But
They are.
Yeah, and I mean, Matt worked very closely with legal when committees were considering language and what we thought of that, absolutely. But there's some things that I hear about sideways. And so I'm just saying, commissions should consider or, take it out. It's just basically wanting to make sure that they're in your mind, your checklist, that there's a pause on that and saying, should that conversation happen or not? And if you make a decision that you don't feel like it needs to happen, I think that's up to you.
And what I would add to
I
that,
don't know
Chris,
if that's the right, correct interpretation of what I'm saying, though.
Well, I guess what I'm
I'm
saying is,
saying the need to write that, put that into charter. And I know, I've reached out specifically with our chief of investigations and enforcement on some legislative matters when I've thought through things and
Yeah.
trying to figure some things out. I'm wondering
you.
about, okay.
yeah, it's more, and I hope you hear me too, is that that there are instances where I'm not hearing about
It's
things.
very protective.
Until they've moved along and I'm going, wait.
so Christine, I
Yeah.
haven't heard about those things
Yeah.
from you. So as Matt supervisor, I think the way to manage that is to loop me in when you're seeing things
Yeah.
go off track.
And I do try,
To
yeah.
work with me, to work with Matt, if there are inappropriate engagements.
Yeah, I mean, one example, Commissioner Concepcion, that I could just think of off the top of my head was some of the discussions you were having around expungement. And I got a call from the general counsels of, I think, public safety. And so then I reached out to Yao and heard you were having a meeting, conversation. And so that was an example of,
See, that wouldn't fit here because that's not our governing laws.
well, but I think you were looking at, basically the changes to the law as a result of 180. So, okay.
That conversation was
And I don't
not
even
a
know
change
what
in
you
the law.
ultimately talked about because I wasn't included in that conversation, so.
So none of
Yeah.
that was about changing laws
Okay.
or even 180. That was a.
Awareness, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was an awareness
Yeah.
conversation.
So EPS called me up, some counsel from there,
Mhm.
about the change to the law around expungement. And then
I
I
think that
heard,
was a separate conversation
Yeah.
from mine,
Yeah.
because that's
Okay.
not.
It's awareness.
okay, but
Right,
I'm just
I
sensitizing
think,
people to that. And Cedric's got a good point, which is I will continue to try to, raise that when I feel like I've been at.
But also, Christine, you could have cut it short and gone straight to Commissioner Concepcion, and this is
I
why we
did.
kind of get
I
into
think I
this
did.
stuff. Okay,
Yeah,
because putting this extra protective language in here also ties us a little bit. I mean, that's a
I
conversation
alerted
we've been
her
having.
right away, yeah.
For a example that you got, which could have been a telephone from EOS. So let's just be careful too, And obviously, Cedric, thank you for saying that, right? Like communicate with whoever you think is falling through the cracks.
Let me take a step back though, because I feel like I took the defensive. So I was like, let me take the defensive. Am I missing? I feel like I might be missing something here. Like I'm missing, tell me where, I know we want to stay away from examples. I'm trying not to go to like specific examples. Is something not working? I'll do a broad
It
statement.
it feels that there have been instances at times where I feel like things are being discussed or pursued that would impact basically our laws, a change in our laws.
You mean our regs,
No, the statute.
the statute, not the regs.
Yes.
Because that's when we're reaching out to the state house. It's about,
Statutory, yeah.
Yeah, and so it's just conversations. I think we've gotten a lot better about that. One of the things through the direct reports meetings, we're trying to alert each other to that type of stuff. But I'm still, just like we've talked about today, I'm sort of reacting to instances in the past, right?
May I, but if they change statute, it does impact our regs. So what I'm saying is, Commissioner Stebbins and myself had a meeting with a representative around billboards, right? We've been, for a long time, that's been an area of concern for us.
Yeah,
And we didn't proactively reach out to a rep. The rep reached out to us.
sure.
So we had a meeting with the rep, me, Commissioner Stebbins, the rep, Matt. And so if he files a bill and it gets passed, then it will impact us on our regulations on disclaimers on billboards, on font size, so did you know about that billboard meeting?
So I've been in months ago, we had some billboard discussions,
This was
yeah.
like maybe what Commissioner Stebbins.
December,
A
January.
couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Weeks ago, it wasn't that
It
long
was before the
ago.
bill filing deadline.
Right
Yeah,
around the
December,
bill,
January.
January.
Did I know about
2
that?
days.
That's a good example. That
I
happened.
don't,
But Matt knew probably.
That was in the, that was the call with us, right?
So,
Yeah.
I mean, you followed the.
and no, I don't think I knew about that. Yeah.
So there's,
Yeah.
to your point, there's gonna be circumstances that happen like that where you might not know, but we did follow process.
Yeah, and I'm saying part of the process, I think sometimes it's as simple as somebody saying, did anybody ask legal?
Yes.
That's all it
Anybody
is. That's
was?
all did anybody ask legal? Or did anybody, if there's any concerns about this? And there could be instances where, the executive director makes a decision that I don't need to be consulted. And
Christine, can I
and
stop
he's
you
got
for a
good
second?
reason for that.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, because you and I have
Yeah.
had this conversation a lot, because I'm always asking, did we ask legal? Where's legal? Where's HR? Right? Those are like, you might get out of jail ticket and, Dustin's our stay employed ticket, right? So, or put me in jail ticket. But no, I think, what I'm hearing you say overall, I'm just saying so that we don't get too into it. What I'm hearing you say is, please include legal. Where is legal? Always be mindful of any risk factors that could take into effect that will impact
Exactly,
at a
yeah.
high level, and just think, where is legal? Where, like, do you got milk? Do you got legal?
Yeah.
Right? So I think I hear what you're saying. I can sense a little bit of like, hey, don't leave the legal team out here. So I think, yes, I think I hear what you're saying.
I will say that's valid. I agree with that.
Yeah.
But not all things rise to that level.
That's
Correct.
right.
That is a perfect example of something
Correct.
that happens all the time
I agree.
where we have Matt, we
Yep.
have this unit that's
That's right.
tasked with assisting us
I
in those sort
agree.
of
I
conversations.
agree. Which is why we have that process,
Mhm.
which I think works, right? Because before we weren't following it, we were just doing our own thing. So.
And then Matt's also
What I'm
doing-
kind of hearing is that you don't need this in the charter to know
No,
to
yeah.
contact legal.
I feel like it cages us in a way from
I
our,
agree.
our regular function as policymakers in the conversations that we have.
Yeah.
Because we have a process with legislative affairs to notify them of what we're doing legislatively.
Like technically.
So
I
I'm
should have
gonna,
invited
we've got
Alex.
one more section. I think we've got this one nailed down.
Yeah, since
Okay.
my position.
So I'm gonna ask you to just look at the one section that we haven't looked at, which is at page 23.
I'm sorry, I have one more question though. Because, okay, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Because
I
I'm
apologize.
I'm
It's
thinking
okay.
through
Yeah.
Christine.
Yeah.
Because there are some things that rise and we have these conversations at the public meeting level for our legislative and executive outreach strategy when we're talking about the things that we're going to support as a commission as a whole. Are you, maybe, I don't know if I should know this because I helped draft the thing. But I feel like that's where there should be a legal GC, breakdown and, suggestion, I feel like that is where a good place for you to inject. Where's legal coming in?
Yeah.
What is your
And
perspective
in
on
those
this?
situations,
Before we take it on as our position, I think
As
that,
official policy.
I think that is a vital time to actually have that in that
Sure.
conversation.
She's staying on the low. She doesn't want to say it. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, I mean, I'm saying, just check the box. Sometimes I shouldn't be in the process, quite honestly. I don't have to be in every process.
Right.
But sometimes there's situations where I go, wow, I wasn't in that process and I'm just hearing about that now. I'm just seeing it in the public meeting materials. And, Cedric's, I do work with Cedric. I do try to alert him to some things. Sometimes I just let it go because it's gone. Like me saying something's not going to change the fact that it's gone. So,
I hear you.
Yeah.
I hear you. I think I'm responding because I know I can like.
I'd really love to have 15 minutes on conflict resolution, because I think we settled that one, so that's okay. So page 23. And this is all new. There's some feedback integrated in it, but mostly I wrote this based on conversations with people. And I just want to note, number one is when there's a lack of clarity in interpreting the charter or perceived violation of its terms that are raised by. So someone has to raise the issue. So then it goes through staff leadership, a commissioner or executive director. And some of the feedback I got since people saw this that isn't in here is that it's too complicated, that it should go to the executive director.
Yes.
So, yes,
Yeah, it is.
yes.
It's
Okay.
convoluted.
That was other,
That's,
Yes, so the conflict resolution is just related to this charter. It's not the commission's conflict resolution system. It's just when there are confusions about what the charter, how people are interpreting the charter, or there is a sense that someone violated a term of it or didn't implement it right.
If we have a second, I did have one point I meant to make on legislative and executive branch outreach. Were you done with that point? I just didn't want to move. I just forgot to put it in.
Just hold on to it. Let's
Sure.
get through this and then we can.
Yeah,
go
that's what I
back.
was asking you, when you drew, I kind of heard silence. So.
Thanks.
It's gonna look silly question. Y'all always know I'm thinking about us not being in these roles. Super silly question, but with this comment that we just made right now, like, if any conflict resolution, go to the ED. Let's say 2 years from now, the ED that trained and created this is not here. How are we training or SOPing the new ED on this whole document conversation to then have that
I
clarity?
really think what it is just clarifying that it's not really conflict resolution, but
Okay.
who's gonna be in charge of determining what the conflict is,
Okay,
working
so
it
more
out with
moving
everybody.
forward.
Yeah,
That's
it's
just
just,
your role.
because if
Okay.
we have, all right, staff have to go here,
Okay.
you know, it just,
Okay, thank you.
it just feels a lot easier to do that.
Okay.
And I don't,
And-
and again, getting into too far down into the weeds, we're not even really getting into, you may talk to this, you should talk to that one.
Okay, thank you.
This should,
There should be some.
Yeah.
Coordination though.
Yeah.
That I think should be spoken to as
Executive
far as.
director and the chair.
I think so. Just because what I'm reacting to is if there's because it's going to speak into that raised by.
Yeah.
If a commissioner raises it, I think I shouldn't be saying, well, Commissioner, I think you're wrong. I'm going to now impose my authority or my opinion. I think there should be a requirement to coordinate with the chair. And respect it between the two. And if there's a need to break the tie, it goes to the full commission.
Yeah.
You adopt this, right?
Is that only for if it's raised by a commissioner, or do you think it's through the whole thing so that you have someone to talk
Given
to
the
about?
Magna Carta status of this document, I think respect it like that. Show it that appreciation that it deserves. This is going to be a governing document. I
That's
don't
my-
govern alone.
That's my question, I guess, my
Okay.
point.
The spirit of what Sean just said and what you just said, Chair, also speaks to chapter 55, right? That's what started this in the first place, was the role of the chair, was the role of the executive director. And so if the commissioner has issues, then you should play a role. If the staff has issues, then Sean should play a role. If the staff and commission, then Sean and the chair get together and figure out how to resolve it. So you have two referees based on what the dispute is. And that clearly is case by case, but having it at the high level here, the Magna Carta-ish here, at least now there's a place to go. This is the reason why we have the authority to do this, because we agree this will be the way we go about it. And then the minutia of it will be, like all things, we'll probably, that we're going to be true to who we are. We'll probably think about next year, because this year is great. SOPs, right? Because we'll have experiences of those disputes, and that's when we can start putting real meat and vision on kind of what we. Keep it high and don't try to get too.
That's summation is, yeah.
And be patient, let's see what comes up, and then we'll deal with it then and grow then.
Yeah, that's a good summation. So what else, Susan?
Other thoughts?
Just a super quick question. Is there going to be a built-in review date for this to?
There is.
Okay.
Charter adoption and review.
Okay.
So it's reviewed when it's signed 2 years later, and then after that, every 3 years. Okay, last thing is your
Yeah, just,
legislative issue.
it's really insane, because when the conversation around the communications team, it was really including that section. And if you really look at that section, I suspect what happened was you guys copied and pasted from a memo, a process memo that was circulated.
Yeah.
So I think really it's one of those situations where you want to refer to the S&P, and that memo can be put to the S&P like.
Okay, that's gonna be our job next week, is gonna be, what's in and what's out. We'll spend all these months wordsmithing it, and then it'll shrink.
Billy,
Yeah.
Billy should.
Well, I know you asked.
Yeah, let me have you out, then Commissioner Kumar.
Pretty much I have. What I'm gonna say, it really speaks to when you guys put it out for vote. You guys have been in a lot of meetings throughout the year. We're talking about this particular a lot of things in the last meetings that you involved us, a lot of SOP issue. We are hearing in the documents, so I can literally see the press and other stakeholders, and they spent the year doing this. So hopefully we think about that now. This is the overall view, and there's a lot of work that we're going, that this leads to in terms of SOPs and stuff like that. Let's not, I don't want us to get defensive like that. So hopefully commissioners can think about a strategy about the shrinking of the document, because it's really speaking to the high end, but there's a lot of work that is going to be done through this process.
That's an interesting point. Yeah.
I'm just saying this now because I won't see you guys again.
I'm seeing like the cutting room floor, when someone's editing a film, all the film on the floor. Commissioner Camargo?
Unless you can go, I'll just go.
I was kind of along similar lines, and then I think I heard from the other end of the table, don't delete anything, since you are tasking us to go up with some SOPs.
So there'll be version 10. You'll
Yeah.
always have,
Well,
you'll always have version 9.
Whatever you start taking out, I'll take, since what I'm hearing is that there's some leaning towards putting some of this detail into SOPs or policies or other documents, so nothing goes to waste. There's nothing on the cutting room floor, like, we'll make good use of it, is my pitch. And to those who think a year is too long, I mean, if the school committee example, like, how long did it take for a school committee to get to a single charter? So,
Well, to Yas's point, if it looks like it's very thin after all this time, then instead of putting hyperlinks, we insert all the SOPs and it'll make it voluminous really fast, right?
you go to the Mark Twain thing, right? I would have taken longer to write the letter, but it was too short, whatever it is, like, make the point out, like, quality is better than quantity.
Yeah, so just my last kind of point was, Commissioner Roy, you said it right now. My question was, and I know we've talked about this before, but I was like, I hope that a lot of these things are gonna have links. There's so much
Yeah,
reference to everything here, so I'm like, live links would be really helpful. Project charters are posted to a central repository, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, how do I get there? So I think it'll be good to have it. And then my other quick question is, we've gone through every subject that you wanted to go through today? Okay. And Justin, not to pull you in a lot, but I think a lot about HR and legal at times, but I wanted to ask, I know that there was some stuff that I know we had talked about last time in terms of staff and sort of making sure, I want to make sure that that you feel comfortable, that we feel comfortable, that we've had enough conversation and I guess feedback from Justin, especially around staff, things that came up at the last governance meeting, just around our role as commissioners with staff and conversations and, interviews, things like that. So I didn't feel like I didn't hear some of that today. So I don't know if we've covered it or we're good on it. And if we're gonna come back and have HR here again. So just.
My memory, but it sounds like I'm forgetting some things, was around the accountability section and who can be notified and who couldn't, so.
I don't know if anybody else wants to, has a memory refresher, but I think we talked a little bit about, I remember I made the comment about I'm walking sensitive with staff around the water cooler conversations so that I'm not putting staff in predicaments or asking them questions and then using it later for anything. So I know we talked about that last time, and I specifically was like, we're creating stuff and we're not talking to HR. So I just want to be very mindful that I don't want to miss that conversation, because I remember us talking about staff and exit interviews. And I remember myself saying,
Exit interviews.
I said myself, I'm like, that's not our role. That's what I just said. So I don't know if we need to touch on that at some point, maybe not today, but I think it's one of the reasons why I said.
Yeah, that came up in the feedback, and I think Justin
Yeah,
said.
so an exit interview should be done by HR, because if someone in that exit interview, when they're leaving, let's say, makes an allegation or about someone else, it could be about them or another commissioner. Again, that's confidentiality. Shouldn't.
No, but I remember this now. We were talking about access after the fact, just so we can learn sort of what needs to be.
It depends.
It depends. Very
It depends
legal.
on what-
Response, okay.
The deeply dissatisfying, it's fact specific.
And Chair, Commissioners, another reason too is that reason why you don't want to do exit interviews. And even like senior management, once that person tells you.
No, we didn't want to do it. So that's, I
Oh,
think we
no,
have to add
oh,
context to
okay.
that. We're not done.
Because as a.
I think it's already done.
We
But
could be
we were talking
attaching
about-
issues to our
No,
organization.
no.
We were talking about accessing some of the
Okay.
feedback and
Oh, okay.
information from that.
Oh, I just heard exit interview.
Does that jog your memory?
But we were also talking about that, about exit interviews and whether it's our role, and if we wanted to have an exit interview with people, or if somebody is on their way out and they're having a conversation.
I think the initial conversation was, we had heard that there were not regular exit interviews happening. And so, and I think that you're establishing a policy now where there are regular exit interviews. It's my understanding that wasn't happening. So that was why we raised it, because we're like, this is valuable information walking out the door, but you've taken the lead and you're making that happen. So I think.
And there are good feedback that
Yeah.
can be distributed, like,
So that's already started.
yes.
So you may be able to depersonalize and maybe report to us on occasion about what you see as, potential issues that should rise to
Because
the
as
occasion.
managers, I would love that as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, that's.
What I think, there's two things I think that I'm hearing that are related. And I think the reason they're related is I can kind of put them under the umbrella of staff engagement. And it's on the rollout of this document, which is how can we, the commission alongside me or leadership, whoever, however we want to determine it, introduce this topic and this document to our staff as together. We have reached a natural conclusion, but in order for this to succeed, this document can't just be printed or filed and then we agree to come back in a couple of years and talk again. So how do we sort of introduce this as, this is the culture change, this is the establishment, this is our expectations, but also more importantly, we're a unified front. So there's not room between us on this document. None of us are gonna leave, and I'm thinking of actually like a combination of in-person, virtual, but like an all-staff sort of rollout of this that says, one, we're aligned, we're unified. No one here, the 5 commissioners, myself, the staff, no one's gonna undermine this. So you can't play us off of each other. This is, and we're not gonna play each other off of each other. We're committed to this. But then secondly is, and I've heard throughout this process, commissioners saying, you want to hear from staff. That's not me, frankly, and I'm perfectly fine with that. Because I want you to hear from staff. And I think it's that staff engagement. I know, Justin, you've thought a lot about staff engagement, period, including the survey and things like that. I think commissioners need that feedback. One, I think, is a check on me, honestly. But also it's in that, and that's where I think that depersonalized approach comes from. It's not just the current staff, but the former staff. What are folks saying? What are we listening to? What are we hearing? And so I think we should think all of that as an engagement strategy. Existing employees, how do we roll this out to them, set their expectations, but also existing employees, how do we get their feedback? Former employees, how do we get their feedback? And what can we glean from it? And I think it's that anonymized, which gives folks, one, the opportunity to sort of pop off a little bit, but it also avoids that specific confidentiality of, I know who that employee is and they've got an axe to grind. Okay, then discount it, but still listen to it. So,
And if there's
anyway, sorry,
questions
big
you want
window.
asked in an exit interview,
Sean, to your, another suggestion.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I'm sorry, what did you say? I didn't hear you.
if there's any questions that you feel like something you would want to know, I'm open to that conversation,
Oh.
like asking that
Send
question.
Can you
questions that
circulate
you
the
would look-
the list of
Yeah.
questions?
I think, so one, being able to receive that feedback from staff and, anonymously, I think that's useful. I think another thing to consider is maybe it's twofold. You get that, but also provide an opportunity for staff to voice it to us directly.
Yes.
I know that we can't talk amongst each other unless we're in a public setting, but even if we were just present and quiet and staff had an opportunity to sort of, vocalize their questions, their issues, so on and so forth. I think, essentially like an all-staff meeting where commissioners are there, but we're just quiet.
That is really timely. That's a conversation that I think we had as in kind of a direct reports context recently as an entire group. We want to preserve that all-staff meeting that we have one tomorrow, to just disseminate information, but then also how do we set up a dynamic where commissioners can participate, engage? You're not excluded from those meetings as far as, you're not barred from meeting with staff. The open meeting law doesn't prevent you from listening to staff. And so I don't want to, that's not an excuse for not engaging. I want to find the right environment where it can be formal, informal. So if it's kind of the meet and greet social aspect where it just pulls the curtain back and kind of it personifies commissioner service. That's like.
We need one of those, Sean.
I agree, and I think we want to find together with you,
Yeah,
what's the right
totally,
dynamic.
totally.
Alyssa, then Christine.
Intent, kind of with the exit interviews, or it kind of, what's the intent? Is it just to understand kind of staff feeling and environment? Because I'm thinking we also have pulse surveys. We're about to do another one.
Engagement survey. Yeah.
Engagement survey. Yeah, we have pulse survey, engagement survey, and engagement survey is more longitudinal. And again, I really think you guys are starting off a good process with the regulation, because you'll have that direct interaction, and maybe we can build something from that too, that gets to what Sean was saying. We're still respecting open meeting law. But I also would say, like, when some of you came in, you did like coffee with the commissioner. That was really well received, and just as an engagement activity that you could do on your own. If that's something that you're comfortable with, or you have another way to do it. People really like it.
Unfortunately, I'm gonna delegate the secretary to. I unfortunately, I
Big
have
season,
to.
I have to go. I just wanted to say one thing. Instead of just calling it a governance document, why don't we name it something that exudes that positivity? So, like positive workplace culture and good governance document, something that exudes positive energy, exudes positivity. It's just like governance, right? So let's maybe, I don't know, just think about it.
That's important. Thank
That's
you.
a great idea.
Good
That's what I'm-
governance.
So I have to fit on a motion, I think a motion to adjourn. Do I hear a motion? Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any conversation, questions? Hearing none, Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, and unanimous 5-0.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Got through the entire document.
Yeah.
That was really great.